Good morning, everyone. If you're listening in, you came early and you are just on time for today's CPI print. We're going to hear from it in just a couple seconds. I'll let you be the first to know what inflation rate is month over month, year over year, and what our core inflation rate is year over year. We've also got FOMC minutes at 1 p.m. Oh, what's this? Wait a second. Did inflation come out earlier today? No, hold on. I think. Where is it at? It should be here in just a couple seconds. Oh, there we go. All right, fellas, I hope you placed your bets. We've got core inflation rate year over year, just slightly, oh no, in line with consensus, 5.6% versus consensus of 5.6%. We got inflation year 5 uh, the inflation rate year over year at 5%, which is just slightly below consensus of 5.2%, which means the inflation rate month over month must be a lot lower than expected. Oh, well, I guess it's just 0.1% versus consensus of 0.2%, but nonetheless, very interesting that CPI is below consensus. Um, and Markets are reacting decently well to this. Pre-market is up. We'll see if it holds 65 basis points in the green. That being said, let's invite some people up here and get things started. I noticed that we have way fewer people here today than usual. I'm gonna guess that's because I've messed up setting the events. So if you all wanna bear with me for exactly 2 seconds, uh, talk. There we go. I've set up tomorrow's uh, market talk for you guys, and I'll set up the other ones in just a second. You should find them in top left. Hello, Hardy. Nice to have you back. Lone Wolf, Napalm.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Happy Inflation Day.
CPI number came in 0.1% month
Yeah.
over month,
So
5% year over year, and 0.4% core CPI month over month. So lower than expected, more or less across the board.
yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Tomorrow we have PPI, and then on Friday we have retail sales. So we should know exactly what's going on now.
We
But
also
I'm liking
have
these.
unemployment claims.
Yeah.
So it's still April, which suggests, well, how do I put this? The November layoffs were 60 days on payroll plus the severance. So April is the last month of that severance, assuming they hadn't gotten a new job. So we'll find out end of April, early May, see how the unemployment claims number changes. And that'll be a worthwhile indicator of the unemployment rate.
Yeah. Oh, we got FOMIC numbers coming out today too, or minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We got jobless claims coming in tomorrow. Well, so what does this reading now tell the markets, or tell Jay Powell?
It's bullish.
Okay, that's good.
The fact that inflation is slowing down.
Yeah. Hopefully the market. Oh, Dow's jumping. Futures. Let's see what buys at. I don't even know, man. I feel like today's going to be a good day.
Eager Beaver, you're asking about Mara. So I expect the price of Mara to go up a little bit before going back down toward my expected target. And in anticipation of that temporary price increase, I expect the put options to lose a little bit of value. and that's the basis upon which the entry price is set. Does that make sense, Eager Beaver? Cool.
So what I'm gathering from this report, core CPI is still a bit hot, which excludes food and energy, which probably tells us that food and energy is coming down, because that's what the core CPI measures. So the next Fed meeting is not till May.
I'm just wondering, the core is still high. Is that bullish or bearish? Because I remember one time Jay Powell said they focus on core CPI.
Well, it was in line with expectations at 5.6% year over year, and then with consensus and forecasts at 0.4% month over month. So that means it's not really moving, and it's actually gone up from the previous report from 5.5 to 5.6. But the overall inflation rate went down 1%, which is everything, including gas and food. So I don't know whether this is bullish or bearish. I would argue that it's pretty much not going away as fast as Jay Powell wants it to, and that probably more rate hikes are in the works. I would assume based off of when the Fed meets next in May, but we have a long way to go till then.
Yeah, and some people say more rate hikes might make the banking situation even worse, because some banks can't afford to increase deposit rates. So it's funny because higher rates used to be good for the banks. Now, it's like opposite day. Higher rates are now bad for the banks because it's increasing. Might increase the cost of borrowing to a point where they
definitely
can't.
increases the cost of borrowing, but what do deposit rates have to do with it? The deposit requirement for banks has been set to 0 for a while now, meaning they don't need to have reserve deposits.
Oh, no, that's not what I was referring to. I was referring to the interest rates that they give to their savers, to their customers saving with them. Like the interest rate on a what we call a term deposit here in New Zealand, which is
it's the
a
equivalent to a
GIC, I think,
CD.
in Canada. Yeah. And another thing is, I think the bigger banks can afford to increase the interest rates on GICs more than regional banks, for example. So is that going to cause another flight from regional banks to big banks?
Well, the Fed is very hesitant to continue raising rates because of that fear of continuing the pain from the regional banking crisis, as we want to say. So I would argue that the Fed is going to be very hesitant to move rates a lot in May. They may have to increase them based off of probably maybe going off of this month's inflation report that comes out in May. So we really won't know whether the Fed is going to raise rates or not. They're very skittish on it at the moment, from what I'm seeing and what I'm reading. So
I do want to point out that a lot of banks invest in what are called mortgage-backed securities or fixed income securities, whose price is inversely related with the interest rate. So if the interest rate goes up, the price goes down. Now, when the Fed continues to raise rates, the mark-to-market value of those fixed income securities decreases. in order to make the yield on or the return on those securities attractive compared to the risk-free rate. So if the interest rate goes up, that means the unrealized losses of these banks, the ones bag holding these lower value securities, also goes up, which potentially means another bank will fail because they will be forced to sell assets at a discount in order to generate enough cash to fulfill a withdrawal request from a depositor.
Which is problematic when they don't have when the reserve requirement is very low.
There is no reserve requirement. The Fed
Exactly.
basically is going to backstop deposits.
Yeah, which defeats the purpose of having the FDIC insure up to 250,000 because now will insure any amount of deposits.
Well, the FDIC will insure the first 250,000.
Yeah, that's true.
But then the Treasury will insure any amount above that. What's interesting is that the FDIC changed their policy recently in the wake of SVB's collapse, such that other participating banks in the FDIC network may receive a special assessment proportional to the deposits insured to make up any shortcoming of the actual insurance fund. So if the insurance fund is $10 billion and $20 billion of deposits need to be paid out, the remaining $10 billion that's not covered by the insurance fund will be split among the remaining member banks. So to an extent, there is a little bit of incentive for the larger banks to bail out smaller banks.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, these larger banks, or whoever ends up acquiring the smaller banks, they're going to get a bunch of assets that are de-risked, right? Because they only get them
Definitely not de-risked. They'll get deposits, yeah, but not assets. The assets won't be de-risked. Because they bought, let's say, 4 years ago, a mortgage-backed security paying 1.5% yield in an environment that's currently 0.25%. That was at the time 0.25%. So let's say they pay just so I can bring everyone else up to speed, hanging it. Meaning they paid $100 then to receive $101.15. $101.50 hypothetically. Because the interest rates went up, that $100 initial value of their loan will probably drop to 94, maybe 92, because of the potentially higher default rate that's being projected. So you have something you paid $100 for that someone else is willing to pay 92. That will pay back $101.50 at the maturity date.
But I thought, like, for example, when HSBC bought the UK branch of SVB Bank, they bought the books after they were marked to market. So I guess
they bought the accounts specifically. The assets, the fixed income securities, are not held by the UK branch.
Ah, fair enough. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Another question, since it's CPI day, how much of this inflation was, demand side that you can control with interest rates, and how much of it was, supply side, the war in Ukraine, COVID causing all those supply shocks, so maybe the reason this is causing so much damage is because it's not all demand side. A lot of it is supply side that doesn't respond to interest rate hikes.
Consumption is still high, but it's now being financed. So there will come a point where the debts from that consumption will have to be written off, and that's where the losses from higher inflation start coming in. Also, there was a massive amount of money printing in the last 2.5 years, which in turn, during the pandemic, not a problem, but once things opened back up, it became increased the velocity of money. So you have the same amount of resources, widgets, but now more money willing to pay for those widgets. Prices go up, so does inflation.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's how inflation. What's the equation? It's like the amount of money plus the quantity of money. So it's not just how much money is in the system.
Not plus, multiplied by.
Multiplied by, sorry, yeah.
CDM Miller, not necessarily, because you have an opportunity cost which is being factored in. So sure, if you hold that that bond to maturity, you'll get your principal plus the interest back. But in that meantime, you could have just invested the money in a treasury and gotten 4% instead of that 1.5. Leopard asking about Bitcoin and electricity use. Bitcoin uses more electricity when the price is at $30,000 for sure, and the reason why is because the incentive for more miners to participate in the network is higher until it equalizes the cost of mining versus the reward. And remember, the difficulty to mine a Bitcoin adjusts with the amount of mining capacity. So theoretically, you'd want to be able to turn on your spot mining capacity when the price of Bitcoin is increasing. So you can try to get rewards at a lower difficulty.
Beach Bummer has a good
Speaking of-
comment. Sorry.
I was going to say, speaking of crypto, anybody get in on the Gen 3 Reddit drops? What do we think of that?
Did they actually drop or not yet?
They actually dropped yesterday, and bots cleared them out in like 30 minutes. And right after that, Reddit posted a job for a CAPTCHA engineer. Pretty funny.
It'd be kind
Naturally,
of
I
fun
applied
using the reverse mid journey to like take an image and describe what's in it.
Oh, right. No, it would be. It would be. Naturally, I was like, I should apply to this because I feel like a CAPTCHA is something I could do in like a couple minutes. Like, can't be that hard to code. You just call in the Google CAPTCHA. I'm sure there's some kind of API for it or something. Fun with it. Someone said some of the Gen 4 or Gen 3 Reddit avatars are still available. That is true. After the bots seized like the bulk of the Gen 3 avatars, they took it offline for 5 hours, and they put it back up with additional authentication required to buy. And those are selling much more slowly and in line with the previous drops.
Part of the trouble with the desktop experience is that you can't easily scroll left to right.
So what have I missed?
CPI print.
What was the damage?
Slightly lower than expected, so SPY is slightly bullish.
Recession canceled.
You know,
Recession canceled. Love it. I should get that on a shirt.
famous last words.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the most bearish thing I've heard this morning. Someone saying recession canceled.
Oh, this is my thoughts. When looking at the CPI,
I guess that's not going to go well for the guy who freaking. There's some guy who apparently had lost 70% of his life savings and then YOLO'd into Apple. But that's not going to go well for him.
Oh, I was going to say, well, looking at the CPI data, we see that energy was the one that really went down in the month of March, most likely due to the drop in crude caused by the banking crisis. But energy has shot up recently due to OPEC cuts. do you think that means that we could potentially see CPI actually or we could see hotter CPI prints in the coming months, since CPI energy is closely correlated with crude and other energy prices?
It's very possible. You get a lot of energy consumption during the summer in terms of, everyone wants their AC.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics CPI, and for energy, like under energy, it seems like every category is like negative in terms of month over month decrease. Like it's negative across the board, but we do know energy prices have increased recently due to OPEC cuts, which is of course the decrease in CPI on energy is why OPEC cut in the first place. So I don't know. My opinion is I think energy could potentially moderate. Like we probably won't see like these super soft CPI energy prints, which means that headline CPI could potentially not go down as much. So in other words, inflation could become more sticky in the coming months.
I don't know if it's the hurricane in the Gulf that's required, Leopard. It'd probably have to be a hurricane that damages the refinery. Because if the refineries are offline, then you've got all that crude and natural gas coming out that can't be processed.
I mean, we do know like the strategic petroleum reserve, it's being depleted, is like pretty much depleted at this point because Biden took so much out of it in order to well, I wouldn't say depleted, that's an exaggeration. I mean, it's more so like a lot was taken out in the last few years, and I think eventually that will have to catch up. I think this is just an analogy, but I think taking energy or reducing the SPR is like quantitative easing before commodities. It's a weird analogy that I'm using here, but it's kind of like that. And I think kind of like how QE, as we all know, caught up to us. I think the depletion of the strategic petroleum reserve sooner or later will catch up to us. It's not widely talked about in the news right now. Of course, news anchors will never be on top of things these days, but I think the depletion of the SPR, like the fact that it's decreased significantly since Biden took office, that will eventually catch up to us.
So, I'm looking at the Department of Energy website for the Strategic Oil Reserve, and it looks like the vast majority of the oil that was drawn down has already been returned or otherwise paid back. So my suspicion is when a company, like a private company or refinery, drew down from the reserve, they also bought a futures contract against the same amount of oil for some price to hedge that risk for repayment. So I'm not entirely convinced that we're still net negative from day one of Biden to present. Unfortunately, I can't find a day-by-day. I'm trying to find a day-by-day, accounting of the current state of the SPR.
Yeah, I have a chart pulled up right now. Of course, we were around the 700.
Can you put the link in the comments, please?
Yes.
While we're kind of on the subject of oil, does anyone understand or know what the actual new EPA rule changes that apparently were proposed by the White House, how those are gonna, like, exactly what they are?
Yes, I just read a Wall Street Journal article on them as we were talking about crypto. So currently they want so from 2027 to 2032 model years, all of those models have to be electric, and 2/3 of sales of all automakers have to be through electric vehicles. vehicles. All vehicle new sales to be electric powered by 2030. No tax deductions, no tax breaks. You just have to do it. Obviously, criticism is from the manufacturers themselves, saying that they are concerned about how to get raw materials and how a lot of the infrastructure around charging them is not fully fleshed out. The consumer criticism is that they're going to be really stupidly expensive, because unless there's a more cheaper option, then there's clearly not going to be anyone buying them. The other thing is California already has set in stone that they will ban new gasoline powered cars by 2035. That ban came last year. Obviously, the U.S. auto industry is dealing with a change in leadership at the UAW, which is the United Auto Workers Union. Essentially, they want to make more electric vehicles. Currently, EVs accounted for 8.5% of total auto industry sales in the first quarter of this year, according to JD Power.
So who manufactures ICE engines? Or ICE, I guess.
These are GM,
combustion.
Ford, and Stellantis, which makes...
No, those are the cars.
Yeah.
Who manufactures the engines? Because if they're going EV, the assumption is that fuel pump manufacturer, fuel tank manufacturer...
I don't know. They didn't
internal
discuss it in the
combustion
article. Those are all essentially those manufacturers, are going to be shifting towards making either hybrid engines or no longer making gas-powered engines at all.
So basically, what Hardy's getting at is seeing if they have a different company that builds the engines for those manufacturers, and then you can short them.
Yeah. The other thing is this isn't going to be in effect until the proposal for right now is supposed to be done by spring of next year. So this isn't a done deal. This is not set in stone. The EPA still has to have a 60-day public comment period, and obviously Congress, if this is obviously coming on the heels of Joe Biden considering another presidential bid for the 2024 election, so this could either hurt or help him, who knows. But this just came out at 5 o'clock this morning. Obviously, the auto industry says that regulatory change alone won't be enough. So.
And Hardy, that might not work out. I mean, it's a brilliant play. It might not work out like you think it does, at least when I was in the automotive space, which was many years ago. But we had, for example, a company named Tiger Poly. They were making like plastic gas tanks, right? Well, when they made the first electric version, they went directly to these guys to make the HVAC system to cool the battery units. So they ended up getting basically a certain portion of the sales anyway. And it's my supposition that other people would try to balance their supply chains in similar ways, unless they just wanted to be a dick and cut companies out, which Ford will absolutely do that to their supply chain, because Ford's a boss like that. So looking at the OEM targets, tier one automotive that supplies directly to OEMs, I would say you look at the American suppliers to like Ford, Stellantis, and look there, because there will probably be companies that'll get completely cut out of the supply chain, and those are great targets to short.
Well, the other thing is the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, which is a lobbying group that represents the big car manufacturers within the U.S., told White House officials at a February meeting that EV adoption depends on factors way outside of their control, including to be able to build out a robust charging infrastructure and the supply of necessary minerals to make the batteries. Because if they're going to continue to use lithium-ion batteries, that's going to be a lot of lithium-ion in the landfills. And those aren't essentially reusable once they've reached essentially the end of their life cycle. So.
Guys, I know this is subject relevant to my most successful play over the last couple of weeks, but don't forget about the fact that for each little piece of policy that comes out that mandates electric cars, that also mandates electric charging stations. Charging companies and EV infrastructure is one of the only sectors related to EVs that is not inflated and potentially overvalued. So you might want to look into some of those companies that are going to be making, like, when you think about it, for each EV, you're going to need 2 to 3 charging stations. People need to charge at home, people need to charge at work, and then wherever they're traveling that isn't home or work. So you're talking about a lot of fucking charging stations have to be installed before they can hit these target numbers for the actual vehicles.
The other thing is my concern is how much electricity is this going to really cost the average American consumer, and how much is this, the cost of electricity is going to shoot through the roof if this gets put into place. The other thing is not everyone wants to have an EV or sees the benefits of having one. If the government's going to come in and say, hey, I'm obviously playing devil's advocate here, but my concern is, okay, yes, we don't have the charging infrastructure, but how are we going to produce all this electricity if we're not going to be phasing out fossil oil, gas, liquid natural gas? So, what is the potential environmental effect of just putting solar panels everywhere else?
So that brings the fact that you could also look at the utility companies as an investment, because obviously the demand for electricity means that they're going to make more money.
Yep.
Yes, with the lack of supply means they're going to have to invest first.
I did read somewhere that I think it was either Exxon or ConocoPhillips was going to change the way they produce energy, and I thought it was just brilliant. I have to find the article first.
Produce energy? Energy can't be created nor destroyed. They're producing electricity you're talking about?
Okay, it's
Natural
Occidental.
gas.
Says what they're gonna be doing is gonna plan to capture and store carbon dioxide, which will give it leeway to invest in more fossil fuels.
That's assuming the carbon credits economy is actually enforced.
That's true. Oh, they're gonna be selling carbon dioxide.
And that's assuming that this is real at all. But, the carbon credit thing, it's a bunch of fugazi, right? It's just a whole bunch of bullshit. And if you don't think it's bullshit, look at some of the chief carbon credit companies that are out there, and they've been hiring Enron executives to their boards. I mean, come on. It doesn't take a genius to figure this one out. This whole carbon credit system, it's garbage.
Of course, Enron sneaks back into our lives. Like we already didn't know what they had done to us already.
So I'll just say, if we're speaking of an electrified future, which seems to be kind of the general discussion, the EV move, blah, 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 copper is always going to be the thing that's going to drive that move, whether it be wiring or within the battery of those vehicles. But the other side of that coin is many people are expecting a recession, and copper is heavily tied to the economy and does terrible in recessions. So keep those things in mind.
I agree 100%. Copper is part of that whole EV infrastructure thing that I was saying. Like every single one of those fucking stations got to get wired, and you need heavy wiring to those bunches of chargers.
That's true, Hendrix, but aluminum wire is just as capable of handling the however many thousands of watts needed to pass through them.
So Hardy, the thing with aluminum wire is it moves faster, but it moves a lot hotter. So that's the issue you run in with aluminum wire over a long range, is it will get hotter.
Correct,
So
for the same amount of current, I believe. So it just means you need a higher voltage.
Yeah. I'm not saying it can't be done, I'm just saying it does have some heating issues.
Right, but we also have to think of the environmental effects of mining these minerals and getting countries that have control of these mineral mines to agree to give us them. You know? So, and plus with the, new push to make microchips here in the US, well, microchips are terrible for the environment when you're trying to make them. That's why we outsource them to China, because they're still industrializing. Whereas here in the US, our EPA regulations basically say you can't do it in here in the US without essentially paying a fee to do it. And so instead telling these companies, hey, you need to make your entire fleet electrified, and also you need to make all of your microchips here, is counterintuitive to all the environmental regulations that we've put in place over the years.
So keep in mind the US and Canada both have a very large mining industry. It's kind of regional. So it's by province in Canada, it's by state in the US, is how easy it is to get that process going. Easy in quotation marks. So yes, there are some like regulations, but for example, like Wyoming, Nevada, not the hardest place to get a mine going, as long as you just don't like say, hey, we're exiting out our waste into the local river. Good luck with that.
Not only did Ontario and Quebec waive a lot of the environmental restrictions stopping mining companies from digging up lithium here, they're subsidizing them.
Okay, well, I didn't know about that till just now because I haven't seen anything on that.
That's new. The largest lithium mine in Ontario and Quebec was supposed to start production Q1 this year, so they're literally should be shipping their first trucks of commercial grade lithium now, if that was on.
A lot of it is a function of where you're trying to get it from.
Yeah.
Like if it's California, it's not happening. But if it's like again like a Wyoming and Arizona, you can get those projects going. It's going to take time to jump through some of the hoops that are there, but you'll get through the hoops because the states will push it through, because the states want it there.
So
back to the.
Oh, sorry, you talk.
Back to the copper. It's not watts, it's amperage. It's how many amps the wire can carry. Copper can carry twice the amperage of aluminum. Copper it runs a lot cooler as well. All power companies rely on copper more than aluminum.
I think we established that. The other thing I think
Well, I'm gonna ask. Oh, I was just going to ask the obvious question, which is like, given the decline in trades in the United States, do we have enough electricians to even handle this install? Because, frankly, I think there's going to be a gap in the labor market there, and
the general level of electrical understanding will increase.
That's actually a good question, Scald. I didn't think about that. I can answer that
one. I work for the apprenticeships in the Southeast for electrical. They are ramping up. The quality of guys you're going to get is going to suck, but they are ramping up big time.
That's a great insight. Thank you.
It really comes down to whether these people really want to do that. If we incentivize them to go to school, to go to trade school, then people will go to trade school. But, that's also determinant on whether they really want to do that with their lives. I mean, I don't harp on anyone wanting to be an electrician. I think if you want to do that and go to trade school, that's good on you. I think that's great. But that's a good point that Scald made about, the need for more of the trades now that we're pushing for more of an electrified future. And also, what's going to happen with our gas stoves?
Like, are people will hang on to them.
Okay.
Part of my trouble with electric stoves in cooking is that they take so long to cool down. So sometimes you have to remove food from the heat quickly. I'm sure Hendrix can elaborate.
As far as the trades go, the trades are one of the jobs that aren't going to be replaced by AI and robotics. So there's that. So there's going to be a lot of people that can be retrained from, let's say, software development.
On the wiring
being an electrician.
I'm just curious. I've never heard of aluminum wiring. So where is that used?
It's used quite a bit, actually.
You wouldn't find it in residential circumstances, Weeb. You'd find it more industrial. Think like large induction motors that don't use magnets.
My question here is like industrial electrical suppliers. Like, let's take Eaton, for example, ticker ETN. Do they benefit in any way from this? Like, is there an established industrial electric supplier that is heavily slanted towards this market already, or it already has an established presence in this market? And I'm talking about the components themselves, not necessarily the charging port as a service, but like the actual components in it. Does anybody know anything about that?
When you say
Electric.
components, do you mean the transformers to step down the voltage from grid scale to charging scale, or something else?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Things like that, things like, you know, there's probably some sort of breakers and fuses that are needed, stuff like that, you know, just different industrial components, maybe power conditioners even. You know, I don't know exactly. I'm not an electrician, but that's why I'm asking the question is there an industrial supplier that is going to benefit from this that we could trade?
There are that's the problem. There are plenty of industrial suppliers, but the vast majority of them are private. It's funny because I wrote an underwriting algorithm to decide how much credit to give those companies. Anyway, we probably should go back to plays because I can see the chat getting a little anxious. For the most part, TLDR CPI lower than expected, only slightly. SPY is slightly bullish, may end up giving back those gains throughout the day. Plays are on halfonadouble.com as well as posted to WallStreetBets due diligence. And what else is there? Consumer debt is rising, which means defaults in the near term will start to go up. Anyone else? Anything else on the play front? Unemployment claims comes out tomorrow.
Every time I chat in this chat, I get filtered. I don't know why. I can't post anything in the chat related to MCB, which is Metropolitan Bank. So I don't know. That's over the cap.
They turned off the comment button for Scald. I can't believe the mods would do this.
MCB puts a month out is what I got. I think it's the next bank to fail. If we're going to have a bank failure. Yeah.
Scald, I just found a bunch of publicly traded companies that do electrical equipment and parts. I can definitely send you the link if you are interested in looking into that. That's something that you're willing to want to do, or if that's something everyone here wants to look into as well. Oh, let's see if I can't export this. Okay.
I'll check it out later.
Basically, one of the things.
Go ahead, Georgia.
No, it's okay. Having gone to electrician school myself, I went because I owned a lot of properties, not because I wanted to be an electrician. But they have U factors, and so they simplify things for guys. So when we install for pretty much the nation for electrical vehicles, the garages are fundamentally going to change. They're going to have a plug. Everybody's going to be able to do that, and then they are going to be out in the public the way they are now, but more of them. So really what this comes down to is a box opener that opens a cardboard box, and you're going to have like these plastic molded things based on a certain number of amps based on this box. And see, the electricians are coached or taught is, okay, this is going to have to be box B, which matches up with this, the coupling also B. So they're going to scatter this on the concrete, put it up, and screw it up. So whoever makes those parts, there is a profit potential in there. But that is a good bit of research. You might want to just ask questions directly to the people that are making this stuff already. Oh, and Pork Belly's restaurant is on the move, folks. So make yourself $1. Make yourself $1. Pork Belly's restaurant, for some reason, is going up. PBPB.
Georgia, you mean Potbelly?
Yeah, Potbelly. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, I trade so quickly and so fast that. So there you go.
Just one more quick thing on that whole electrification. I drive truck for a living, so if the EPA is looking to try to, get all of these, electric vehicles by such and such a year and whatnot, that's fine. But if they're going to also try to include heavy trucks in that, you're going to start to see some serious supply chain issues again, simply because, use Pepsi as an example. Apparently they bought some of Tesla's semi-tractors, and besides the screen issues that are putting a lot of them out of service, the weight issues are also going to cause some serious problems. I think they were saying that like a trailer full of potato chips, you could get like 400 and something miles out of a charge, unlike a trailer full of soda dropped it down to about 100 miles on a charge. So if they start to push that for heavy vehicles, you're going to start to see some more serious problems unless they come up with better batteries.
Well, I would think that, they want it to do with consumer vehicles first before they move into the trucking industry. Because I feel like if they fully electrify trucks, there are going to be no more truck drivers, and they're just going to make those big 18-wheelers straight up auto drive, autopilot, whatever you want to call it, drive semi-autonomous vehicles. But they want to start with the consumer vehicles because those are probably going to be easier to convince people to change to them than the trucking industry. But then again, what do I know? This hasn't been implemented yet, so we don't really know.
So this EV battery electric stuff is very interesting, but as kind of Hardy brought up, people in chat, market's going to open in like 13 minutes. They'd like us to stay play focused. Maybe after market opens, we can go back to this.
Okay.
But let's give people some plays for market opening just to respect what chat's asking for.
Sounds good. Sorry about that.
All right, so
very few people have plays.
So now that CPI is behind us, if you ask me, the next thing I'm focusing on is the rotating regional banks earnings coming up over the next, I think, 2 weeks or so. A whole bunch of those suspect banks have earnings. And I don't suspect it will be pretty. But that said, it is all relative. As we saw during the last crash, one bank goes down, another one goes up. They were all going down at first, so it seems like it was a sector-wide dump. But then if you noticed, once the individual banks started addressing, and people started addressing the individual banks, the ones that were given the green light went straight back up. And so what we're looking for is net outflows and net inflows. I suspect we'll see outflows from the regionals and inflows to the bigs, but the bigs will be reporting first. So we're going to be looking for inflows on JP Morgan, Bank of America, all of those other ones. And that might give us a sign as to how to play some of the regional banks.
Yeah, I think JP Morgan, BlackRock, and Citi and Wells Fargo are all reporting Friday morning before the bell, I believe. Don't quote me on it because I don't have the calendar pulled up quite yet.
One that I'm looking at as that got an unnecessarily bad rap throughout that whole saga was Schwab. Schwab seems to have been in trouble at one point, but Schwab has many layers to how they make money and many layers to how they have built their balance sheet. So Schwab isn't in as much trouble as some of the other banks of its size. and I feel that their stock is beaten down. So I have, and I'll just come on and say it, I have puts on Metropolitan, and I'm picking up puts on FRC. And I'm thinking I'm going to pick up calls on Schwab as a sort of unofficial pairs trade.
I know a couple of wealthy individuals that were using Schwab, and they are no longer using Schwab just because they were expensive for what they were getting. So I don't know what that amounts to, but
So here are the companies that are reporting this week that are newsworthy. So United Health, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, Citi, Progressive Corporation, PNC, Delta, CarMax already reported. Washington Federal's reporting on the 12th. So today actually they reported, but they report I believe after the bell. I don't know much. But most and Bed Bath and Beyond is reporting today as well, but they don't know when they're going to release earnings. Probably after the bell, most likely. So
underneath the sheet, underneath and crying.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
Hey, Georgia, those wealthy individuals you speak of, where do they go to after they left Schwab? Do you know?
I can't remember, but I know a millionaire, and he left Schwab, took his whole account, and left.
I feel like that's probably the case for the large majority of these middle to small regional banks. They probably all lost large accounts. That's why I'm looking towards the net inflows on the bigs to see if that's where they moved.
We have oh, sorry, Georgia.
No, the only other play that I had was the semiconductor out of this morning. Just the floor dropped out of it. I'll give you the ticker in a minute. And so other than that, played out. For some reason, I have warm feelings about Delta earnings report.
Yeah, I am too. I saw a report that they are betting on the upper class, like the nice premium flying experience to buffer their most recent troubles financially. I was on a Delta flight not too long ago. Plane was full. They actually overbooked one of the flights, so if they have planes full and they're not making money, something's going on. But that obviously isn't an indicator on anything, so we don't really know until tomorrow morning.
As far as luxury flying, I don't know. Delta corporate headquarters here in Atlanta, and Delta is an Atlanta company, and they're pretty solid. Spirit's jerking people around. There's plenty of airline plays out there. More people are flying. That is the general theme. That I think I'm not going in on any options. In fact, the stock that I had for Delta, I just sold. That semiconductor I was talking about, the ticker is CRUS, and the bottom just dropped out of it. Trying to figure that one out. So I shorted it for a few moments.
What is the ticker, Georgia?
It's the Alpha Bravo CRUS, like Rust.
Charlie Romeo Uniform Sierra.
Yeah.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. I'd be careful on. I don't know if it's like coming back or what the hell is going on with it, but when things start to drop this early in the morning, I'll jump on board. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean I know anything. Doesn't mean I know anything. It just means I'm at $1. That's all.
Is it Cirrus Logic based out of Austin, Texas? Trading
Yep.
at 101.82 a share. I'll take a look.
Fidelity is saying it's down to like 88 and change right now.
That's true. I'm not looking at it right now. I'm looking at the closing price. It was 101.82, I believe, at close.
Yeah, and now it's
Yeah.
at 80. It's at $88.
Yeah, I'm seeing that right now. Yeah. Huh. That's cool.
No, I have no reason why. So there's no real wisdom, and there's no real wisdom. I just look for, it's a simple one. If I put money at risk, I want my exposure to be very small. I want it to be very quick, that type of thing. So I like the longer term option plays, but I'm still bagging a couple of those around. So.
Hey guys, what do you know here? I thought I'd chime in real quick. I'm a long-time lurker, first-time speaker, mostly long equities, but I've been also playing Iron Condors weekly for a sort of a regular income. Also did a DD that nobody read. It got maybe 100 upvotes on liquefied natural gas after the Ukraine war broke out. What's interesting to me today is National Instruments. The merger has been confirmed, or acquisition, I should say, by Emerson. Both boards agreed on the merger for $60 per share. I have a nice cost basis there. Don't really have a play for you guys. It's from this point on, it's mostly merger arbitrage. I don't think options will be worth it. Right now, National Instruments is at $57, so all the way up to 60. I think you can play the arbitrage if you want. It's November Alpha Tango India, if you want to look it up.
That reminds me of this other potential mover. It's an insurance company, National Insurance. I'll give you the ticker in a second.
Did you say National Instruments? That is the company.
It was Universal Insurance, not National, but Universal Insurance. Anyway.
Oh, insurance. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah. He's talking about one subject, and I'm talking about a different subject, and so they're not at all the same, at all. Any other plays? How have people been making money?
Well, I haven't realized it yet, but my XLP position is doing very well right now. I don't know if that's something I could talk about, but I don't know what's going on. I do like consumer defensives. I feel more comfortable with them. So that's why I'm in them right now. And plus, it is a very good dividend on it as well.
Okay, yeah.
Open. Let's make some money today, boys.
Markets open. Looks like Hardy left to pursue his more lucrative ventures.
Opinion, do we have a bell that we could have in the call?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Diamond?
Not much. Just waiting for my NVIDIA and my BlackBerry puts to print. Might be waiting another week though.
How were sales on the new graphics card? I meant to ask someone on that for NVIDIA. Did they post earnings yet, or have they even put any information out on the new graphics cards?
I have not looked, and you guys are gonna hate me for this. I'm trading this just based off technicals right now because it's 2 standard deviations overbought. So,
I mean, I was just asking. I didn't know if you were, you know, in the position to answer. I was just wondering.
yeah, for sure. I'm not sure.
CB says the 480 and the 4090 sells out. Graphics card sales are irrelevant. I mean, if you're looking at fundamentals, they are, but if you're looking at technicals, then no, they're not.
Well, we lost Skull.
Yeah, we lost Hardy and Scald.
Those little bitches. Damn it.
But you got me, so you're still good.
Right.
right.
Yo, when uranium moon?
Uranium?
Uranium moon when market finally accept. When market accept? Who the hell knows?
I'm just trolling, Rad. That's all.
No, you're good. It's as frustrating for me as it is for anyone.
What is IVW Act?
I know most of the people who were asking about it are kind of gone, but I'm going to put it out there anyway. If you're looking into who's going to benefit from infrastructure upgrades and installing electric blah blah blah, just look at the current infrastructure law that's going into place and check who's bidding and winning those contracts, because that's who the government's awarding and that's who they're going to be inclined to keep awarding. I don't know if any of those companies are public or not, but That's what you should be looking at.
Hi guys.
Quick question. In terms of the infrastructure, how do we figure out who gets those procurements or not?
You're probably going to have to say that again. Again, Dale. Again, you got to say that again, bud.
My fault. So basically what I was saying, like, how are we supposed to figure out who's getting the contracts for these infrastructure bills for the EV and all that kind of stuff?
Well,
The bid, you can look up who bids and wins government contracts.
And if you're really swift, you show up at the right
Research.
time, and you ask you ask the questions that they're not expecting. That's the real M. Be there in person. I just ask what you want to know.
All right, so basically I just got to Google search or chat GPT it.
You should be able to find, yeah. So what happens is, for those who don't know, for any like government work like that for these things, the government will just put out a bid on whatever website they're using that essentially says we need this type of contract done, and then a bunch of companies come in and say we can do it for this cost, we can do it for this cost, and then they'll pick one of them and award it. But that should be publicly available information to see who gets awarded the actual contract.
All that information's on sam.gov. That's where they'll send out all the procurement information as well. And then, of course, there's an area for where you could find who's awarded. But Google works if easier.
Thank you.
You'd always just put in a Freedom of Information Act request as well if you want to wait 3 years for a reply.
But the FOIA usually works mainly to see like the super details, right? Sometimes it's redacted on some of the classified work, but for the most part, you'll see like pricing and what they bid and all that other good stuff that you might not see publicly.
You don't have to do a FOIA. You just need to see who wins the contract. The things to watch are who wins the contract, and are there news reports about things falling behind and it being inefficient, because then the government's not going to want to use them again.
Yeah, sam.gov. I think everything moved there into one consolidated location. Before it was like fpds.gov and all these other places, but they've since consolidated to sam.gov.
Rod, question for you. Do you invest in SMRs?
Do I invest in SMRs?
Yes.
I have no problem with SMRs. That's not what I'm personally targeting. But if people like them, that's awesome.
So why don't you invest in SMRs?
Because I'm not playing the technology side. I'm playing the commodity arbitrage side. So the commodity itself costs $65 to pull out of the ground. It sells for $50. That's an arbitrage that can't exist, right? You can't run an industry that way. So I'm playing on the physical side because the physical is where the price issue is. Do SMRs have a big future? I think they do. Could you invest in them? Definitely, and I think you will do fine if you're willing to wait that out. I'm just not playing that particular side of it.
Thank you for your perspective.
Hey guys, I do got one play. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it until now, but I'm not sure if any of you guys are familiar with Las Vegas Sands. My apologies for the wind. I'm just outside in the field. But Las Vegas Sands is planning to create a casino/resort hotel kind of thing in Nassau Coliseum, or where Nassau Coliseum is. And they've been debating it for a few months now, and I've been on the environmental kind of board with the people and kind of seeing how this thing is going to play out and how it's going to be enacted, how it's going to be performed, how it's going to affect the surrounding environment in the immediate town, my town in Uniondale. And I believe it's going to get pushed through sometime soon. I mean, there's more updates to be had because, like I said, they're still going through this process, but I believe that should be a play somewhere down the road in terms of a goal. But more updates to happen later down the line, and I'll keep you guys informed if you're interested. By the way, the ticker for Las Vegas Sands is LVS.
Isn't the Nassau Coliseum getting like demolished soon? Or is that not a thing? Don't they want to move away from there?
They've been trying to do that, but it looks like what Las Vegas Sands plans to do is they plan to keep it and kind of like build around it, and kind of make it more of like a environmentally friendly, eco-friendly. They basically are moving along with Joe Biden's infrastructure bill, so a lot of that is going to be a lot of new technology, a lot of eco-friendly stuff there.
Building's going to need a lot of updates. The thing is old and wasn't exactly state of the line when it was made.
Yeah, I think they aren't really going to touch that too much in terms of like, they are going to touch it, but I'm saying like their main focus is just to develop the underdeveloped, basically like parking lot area, and then maybe make their move on the Coliseum, because they really are, they're concerned about making money on the casino. I don't give a shit about the Coliseum per se.
Hello, everyone. I'm now here at my computer. Hopefully better audio quality.
Much better audio quality. I just put in the chat the world's first recorded human death from H3N8, apparently, is now going to be a thing from China. New type of bird flu.
Why does China keep inventing these viruses? I mean, what do they got going on over here? I mean, maybe not inventing them in a lab, but they're certainly producing a fair amount of them by accident.
Why is the world's most populated area with incredibly densely populated cities having a lot of diseases come out? I think that probably plays a little role.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever been to Hong Kong? You can put your arms out, spin around, and you'll slap 10 people. It's more densely packed than New York City. It's crazy as shit.
Well, the other thing is how the World Health Organization was able to get this information after China basically CB'd them during COVID. They wouldn't let China go into the lab that COVID was in or whatever. So who knows? It's gonna be interesting if they're able to contain this thing.
That's overdone, man. That's just like news people talking about their own selves. Someone showed up at my house, wanted to check things out for blah blah blah, whatever. I wouldn't let them in either. So what?
Do you think this is a potential play on like Pfizer or Moderna or any of these vaccines?
It's if it becomes the next COVID, then I mean, if it becomes a problem in China and they can't contain it, then start loading up on Pfizer and Moderna now.
That's what I was thinking.
Stonk Chaser says, "Just get it done, lol. I want to live in the woods and gamble with zombies." Yep, don't we all?
Praying for that shit all my life.
I think we were talking about Walmart the other day. They're now closing four more stores in Chicago, citing years of losses. And I remember the discussion, I think it was on Monday, about how they're going to put in automated graders. I think Scald was talking about that. It was definitely one of the big things that we were talking about, I think on Monday, I believe.
I forget who brought it up. I thought it might have been Rad, but they announced that they're going to definitely automate. I said puts on greeter greeter positions at Walmart, so they're going to automate their stores because that'll be the first thing that gets automated.
Okay, so how does this them closing these 4 stores in Chicago gonna, what is that gonna do? Because apparently they're gonna be, they don't want to attract new shoppers apparently in new urban areas that lag behind profits of rural and
Probably
suburban
bullish.
locations.
It's probably bullish for Walmart because they were losing a lot of money in those stores for decades. They were losing money in those stores, so it's probably going to be bullish for them.
Were they losing it based on stealing and theft?
That's what Shy Adam 36
Probably.
says he's from Chicago, saying that they're the worst neighborhood Walmarts in Chicago.
I mean, these motherfuckers are locking up the ice cream now. Like, it's that serious.
I mean, I read something that the Democratic National Convention's going to be there again, so maybe maybe calls on another riot. Maybe, I don't know.
So do keep in mind when you're talking about a business like Walmart, right? Like massive company, thousands of stores. Does closing 4 stores, do we really think that's even a blip in the bottom line for a corporation like Walmart? Like, is that even a rounding error?
Well,
them?
they were
It doesn't
citing
matter.
they were citing years of losses, which is why they're closing it. But I don't know. They've just sued a credit card partner. They just sued Capital One. So who really knows?
No, the stores might not have been profitable and they're removing them. But as far as like them announcing, hey, we're shutting down 4 non-profitable stores, is that really going to be something that shareholders are going to be like, oh man, 4 stores are shutting down. All right, I don't know if I can trust this company anymore. That is just too much for Walmart. Or like, you get what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that it's going to be bad. I'm just saying, it could show that a lot of companies now in Chicago don't really trust the Chicago government to keep, crime down. And so it could hurt the Midwest economy there just in time for, the re-election of Joe Biden. So, at this point in time, we don't really know. I don't know.
Well, interestingly enough, after decades of declining crime, the first uptick that we really saw in crime was after the COVID pandemic, and it was fairly minor. However, Chicago is an outlier in that since the election of their mayor a few years ago, who did not win re-election, it's one of the few metro areas that's had actual increasing crime, like noticeably increasing crime. And, eventually they're going to have to pay the price on that. They're going to have to pay the piper.
So you're saying calls on increasing crime and puts on safety in Chicago?
I'm just saying that I think it's bullish for Walmart seeing the headwinds that were against them in the Chicago area and pulling out of that area. I also think it's good that, these big box retailers have this approach where it's like, we have to put a store in every street or something like that. But the reality is, when you do a deep market analysis, there are places where you will actually lose money being a McDonald's or being a Walmart or being something like that. And so I think that the fact that Walmart is taking such a strategic, granular approach to their supply chain and to their stores, when they have so many of them, is actually bullish for Walmart. And, it's like they realize that there's areas that if it's not profitable to service, they're going to leave it, which is great.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I just think it's hilarious because I've been following what's going on, with the companies in Chicago. A lot of companies, moving headquarters from Chicago down to Miami or wherever, that this crime problem that the city is having is going to start taking a legitimate toll on the overall Chicago economy. And, this is probably going to be, that was the big thing is, Walmart wanted to be everywhere. And so with them pulling out of Chicago, it basically says, we can't trust this area to be safe. We can't trust this area to bring in profits. So why are we paying for these stores in these areas where we know we're just going to have to pay for, more security, have more theft insurance or whatever it's called? I think that, again, I agree with you, Scald, on that one. It's smart of them to do it, but I would also say it's not really a good look on the cities either.
Why is SPY? What's going on? We decided to give up the gains that we had on SPY. I mean, fair enough.
You guys thought the pivot was here, didn't you?
Oh, hello, Luce.
Oh, fucking! Somebody say cock 3 times.
We've been talking about crime rates in your area of Chicago and how bad they
Hey,
are.
Luz.
I live in Chicago as well as Dallas. Yes.
I know you do.
Hey, I have a question.
Really not
hello.
Indiana and San Francisco?
Hello to whoever said, "Hey, Luce." I have a question. All right, Weight Watchers was up something like 63% yesterday. So Weight Watchers, here's a statistic that an analyst provided on Weight Watchers. 70% of their members are obese. Does that sound like a good statistic for a weight control company?
That's bullish.
That's
That's
yeah,
bullish.
okay. All right, so remember that statistic, right? I love that GIF. Or GIF, depending what country you're from. 70% of the members are obese. They bought a telehealth company. I guess they have a platform or some bullshit, right? That will allow their members to consult for that diabetes drug, right? Wegovy, whatever it's called. So they bought that company that is going to solve obesity. Right? Is anyone following?
Is it the
company that
Ozempic
makes-
or something?
Those are two different drugs, right? I'll type it. Wegovy. I don't know. I think they're two different drugs.
Loose.
Could be wrong.
You're
reminds me
missing
of,
something
like,
vital. You're missing something vital in all this.
Mm-hmm.
Weight Watchers is about to start prescribing drugs to their members, who thankfully don't have addictive tendencies, and therefore it won't be an issue that they're prescribing drugs to their members.
Definitely not addicted to anything aside from fucking cake. So here's the thing. They're solving the problem that they need. Their business model needs to make money. And there's an analyst saying that this is a good thing. Now, here's the other thing. I thought they bought like the drug or something, like rights to the drug or something. No, they didn't. They just bought a platform that allow their members, I love these GIFs, that allow their members to consult. But it's a diabetes drug. So they still have to be prescribed the drug. So are they just going to tell all of their members that they all suddenly have diabetes? Like, what's the plan here?
I've seen that.
Most of them do.
The doctors.
A lot of
just write
people
it
in Weight
as
Watchers
an-
have diabetes.
They're
Isn't that
probably
why
just
they're-
trying to
isn't that
scale.
why
They're probably,
So, okay.
trying to lose weight?
So these
they're
members,
just trying to make another revenue stream that they can put into their location, so they can sell drugs in their location.
okay, so these members, like you just said, a lot of their members have diabetes, right? So they have diabetes, but up until now, they've never been treated, and they don't have the option to get that weight loss drug. Like, Weight Watchers is gonna suddenly save them. I don't understand this. But okay, let's say if they do, right? Suddenly, all their members now have diabetes, right? And then Weight Watchers uses their consultation platform to get everybody a prescription for the diabetes drug, right? Then they all lose weight. So what the fuck do they need Weight Watchers for? And they don't make any money off of that.
Actually,
Am I
Luce,
taking crazy pills?
So here's what I can tell you, Luce, and this is how Weight Watchers is going to spin it. Because I know people have done Weight Watchers, so this is how they're going to spin it. The pill will help you lose the weight, but Weight Watchers is not a weight loss program. It is a lifestyle modification program. The pill will lose you the weight. Weight Watchers will teach you how to never gain the weight again. And that's how they've always spun their programs, is we're different, we change your lifestyle, we keep you thin.
So I'm just so proud of that. 70% of our members are obese statistic.
That is
I mean,
the best thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, Weight Watchers, I mean, they're highly, they lean on their emotional sales tactics, right?
I heard that it was communal and that people stuck with the program because there was this community, right? But the sales, the financials tell me something different. And their sales have been decaying for the past 5 years. So I'm just, to me, this is crazy.
So I looked into those drugs a little while ago. So Wegovy is if you are not diabetic, and it actually costs sometimes $800 to $1,000 a month for that particular one. It's just a lower dose of Ozempic, which is the exact same thing. But if you actually are diagnosed as being diabetic, you can get that one, which is just a higher dose of the same thing, for like $25 or free if you're actually diagnosed. So they probably will make a lot of money selling the weight loss version of the drug versus, if they actually diagnose them as being truly diabetic, which my guess is they won't do that. They'll just say, oh, you're not diabetic. You don't qualify. You need to pay the $800 for the actual weight loss drug.
So here's something else to keep in mind. Something else to keep in mind with Weight Watchers. They are competing against things like your Atkins diet, your keto diet, things that essentially say to you, hey, you can drop a ton of weight super quick and you just got to cut out 3 or 4 foods, right? Or 3 or 4 food groups. Weight Watchers is a very slow, long process, and that's always been their issue, is these fad diets are what people go towards because they just want to be down 100 pounds in 2 months. Weight Watchers never makes that statement. This addition of this new drug is now a chance for them to say, hey, this is how we can match the weight loss you'll see on those other diets, while we'll actually get you to keep that weight off and you won't have to do the diet 50 times because you keep gaining it back. I'm not saying it's good, I'm just saying part of what they're addressing is that they never had the rapid loss that these other fad diets could lay claim to.
Now, I had also brought up the other day that Eli Lilly got an FDA fast track for the new weight loss drug that they're working on that basically works the same way as the ones that are currently out, but it's supposed to be a higher dosage than what's out, but it also has higher, you lose more weight with it, but it's still going to have the same issues as the current drugs, such as side effects and cost.
I just bought a $6 put.
Oh, hey, Georgia.
This is the best conversation ever.
Okay, so to recap,
for the ticker.
The drug could help their members, right? If the drug helps their members too much, they lose their members. The drug, however, is not being sold by Weight Watchers, so they're not really making money off of that. So their goal is to not make any money. That's what it sounds like to me. And they paid for that. They bought the telehealth company.
Their goal is to go behind the Wendy's and be like, hey, I see you got the Biggie number 4. Can I interest you in some pills for that Biggie number 4? A little weight drop?
They're going to be like, nah, give me a cake. Want more cake.
And that's the other thing. Those drugs are all injectables. So if you find somebody who's squeamish with needles, they're not going to take it. Just wait for the companies to actually be able to put those drugs into pill form, and I'm pretty sure they'll start to see better profits.
Well, you'll also start to see, you lace it with something like, let's say, like an opioid or something, and then the black market's going to be like, you want your Weight Watchers, diabetes pill, instead of paying $900 for it, you pay $40.
Oh shit!
Black market, you know what I mean?
In there?
Yeah.
Pop a little cocaine in there, get them going nuts and running around.
Exactly.
They'll be down 100 pounds in 2 weeks. They'll be addicted the crap out of it. Oh man, you just made a new cartel business. Drop a little weight, do a little coke, go crazy.
Don't worry, guys. If the government's listening to this, it's only in Minecraft, remember.
And he said Coca-Cola, not Coke.
Shit, you want cheap weight loss drug, just let the government make, crack cocaine legal.
Or move to
Right.
Portland where like literally everything is legal.
So the play that I made, I actually made it yesterday, but I'm selling naked calls expiring April strike 7 because I have big balls, and I'm just gonna roll those basically every month until I'm happy. And I'm also buying. I already bought strike 6.5 puts expiring April, and I bought the strike 5 puts expiring May. I usually don't go that close, but the ticker's WW. If you look at the charts, the last time they talked about this, the stock spiked something like 70%, and then it dropped within like 3 days. It dropped right the hell back down. And then they announced that they closed the deal, and the stock did the same thing. It went up again, but it was the same news. So I'm like, what's the difference between when they said they were gonna do it and then the stock price tanked afterwards, and now? Like, I don't understand. The company still sucks. Their financials still are hot garbage.
They're just manipulating the price and making money. How else are they going to make their bonuses if their sales are lagging?
Well, and if the point of their program is for people to try and lose weight, if you kill off if you actually help your client base, then you're not going to make any more money,
Yeah, so I think this whole I think this move within weight loss or the weight loss industry, if you will, is the equivalent of a tech company saying we're going to use AI. And I think these diabetes drugs, these weight loss drugs, are like the healthcare's AI, and they just say it. They just say we're going to use that. We're going to implement this in our business, and then the stock price moons, and nobody cares. It's just freaking hype. Doesn't matter if the company sucks.
That's the point of capitalism, right?
Oh yes, and I can short capitalism. That's a part of capitalism.
Who else is going in on the put? I did a $6 put.
I got a 650, 428.
Yeah, the spreads are kind of nasty today, or better yesterday.
Yeah, I better put in a limit order. Don't be a noob.
Yeah, that was a good one, Moose. All last week, I was playing roulette on a cruise ship. So that's
nice.
What I was.
Hey, did you see that article? Some scientists, some mathematicians, like solved the roulette. Know how to beat it?
Actually, a little bit. I think I came across it, but I had a serious like flaw in my roulette playing. Was that I have a girlfriend and she siphoned off $50 about every hour. So if you count that in, I broke even. So it either goes against you. I'm gonna go look that scientist up because I don't think so. No,
I'm
the numbers are.
The story. They said it has to do with the tilt of the table. So like,
yeah,
if it's older, then eventually the table will like start to tilt a little bit. And then they also figured out that where it's like touched, like even oils from people's skin can affect the tilt and where the ball actually goes. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's what they call like going with the table. Don't bet against the table. And
yeah.
When I was there, so there's these guys that are playing poker, and they came up and like within 3 spins they had dropped $1,200. They lost $1,200 on that table. Just arrived, made decisions, and then they didn't have that money anymore.
Made decisions. Yeah, that's what happens on Wall Street Bets. Wait, how did you lose all that money? I made decisions.
Literally the stock market every day.
I love that. I arrived, made decisions.
Yeah,
Lost all the money.
Yeah, it did make a
So,
lot of trades the past week. Well, MPW's like launched since I sold puts. I don't know if anybody's following MPW. I've been following them for several months now, and I've seen some people like scream, pounding the table, saying, "You must buy this. You must buy this." I'm glad I waited because it tanked quite a bit, and I started selling puts at strike 8 last week. But it was at like $8.10. It's already back. It briefly crossed 9 today. So I don't know. I think MPW's. I think they're okay. There's concern about them cutting the dividend, but I think that's mostly priced in. I think the company's at a point where cutting the dividend would be good news, similar to Intel, which is a bad thing, right? But it's like contrarian. It's like you need the cash, and the market's already pricing it in. What are you waiting for? Just cut the damn dividend. So if they do that, I think it's fine. Some people think they won't, but I think they should, so that the markets can calm down about the stock.
Specifically Intel.
What's that? You said specifically Intel?
Yeah, I mean specifically Intel. There's semiconductors have begun some large moves, and it's sort of like if you're in the middle of the circle, in the middle of the circle, you don't move much, and that's Intel. But there's a move coming.
I've been reading some. I think semiconductors have been crazy the past like 2-3 months, particularly the past month, because like Micron came out and they said, "Oh, demand's going down," and then the stock price dropped something like 7%. And then Samsung came out and said, "Demand's going down, so we're cutting production." And then Micron went up 8%. I'm like, wait a second, Micron already said that. So is the plan now for semiconductor companies just slash supply so that they can protect their margins?
Well, the one thing to notice is there hasn't been any new semiconductor microchips IPOs or, new listings. So obviously the already entrenched corporations don't really have to, fight newcomers to the table. So they could potentially just deliberately slow down production to boost prices, boost profits, and then create a idea of like, oh, we don't have a lot of supply, so that means demand might go up, So there's also that as well.
I think they'll spin that narrative, but past year, they've all been talking about amping up production. All of them. What with the semiconductor bill or whatever. Micron was saying that they were expecting a lot of CapEx. Like all these companies are saying we're gonna have big CapEx numbers because we're ramping up production. And suddenly they're like, oh, guess what? Demand's gonna be down. We're gonna have to cut production. What the fuck is going on? I mean, Micron, it's not surprising because Micron, you just zoom out and you can just easily identify that management doesn't know how to handle cyclicality. So Micron's like super obvious, but all the other ones, like, yeah, I don't know what they're expecting.
Well, with the new CHIPS Act, there's a lot of requirements that the companies have to go through. They have to do a certain amount of things in order to get government money. Intel, the last I heard, they were building that big chips factory. I think it was either in Illinois or Indiana. And that's the last I heard on them because,
it's in Ohio.
Ohio.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. The Midwest. I don't really know. Anyways, so the last I heard, they were building that. Other than that, I think it was Micron or someone else. They were working with the U.S. government a couple days ago or last week. We're talking about, hey, let's boost building in microchips here in the U.S. But I don't know if the companies that make them want to jump through the hoops that the government has placed out in order to get that kind of funding, or that they're just saying it to, maybe reassure investors, hey, we're still able to be afloat. So I don't really know much what's going on there, or why they're saying we're gonna boost production but then don't actually boost production.
But what I do know is, and what I've been watching for several months now, is demand is expected to go down. And before, go back, I don't know, the whole past like 2 years, maybe forever, everyone's saying semiconductor demand is going to go through the roof because electric vehicles and because solar energy, clean energy, whatever, all these reasons. And forecasts started coming out and saying that demand was going to look good this year. Now they're starting to admit it. So I'm like, okay, are they going to go back down? Or like, are these companies just going to keep saying, like you're saying, like, are they just going to change their minds whenever? Like, I think the picture for semiconductors still does not look good, but the markets are trying to pretend that it is good.
Right. And the other thing is you have to balance, okay, do we either go to the US and produce there, or do we stay in China and potentially lose the US market? Because if that's going to happen, then what, if we produce in China, we couldn't possibly ship them to the US. So, or do we continue producing in our own home countries and not use the benefits that the US just put out, and so that the US still has to import a lot of chips? They're probably trying to figure out what's going on with China and the US, and it's obviously clearly taking them a lot longer than a lot of investors anticipated. And I agree with your point is, we saw that they were predicting increased demand because of EVs and all that other stuff. But if we're not going to EVs fast enough, then demand is obviously going to slow down. So, yeah, they're definitely starting to realize it.
I saw a consumer poll, consumer survey, like most people are not planning to buy an EV as much as people talk about it.
Right.
Also, Taiwan Semiconductor announced that they're expecting a big drop in demand this year. And Taiwan Semiconductor is like the king in the space. And I don't think that's idiosyncratic for them. Like, I'm pretty sure that represents the whole industry. So you have Taiwan Semiconductor. Micron did say it, and Samsung. So, like, three of the biggest players in the semiconductor space, the top two, Taiwan Semiconductor and Samsung, are, all those companies are saying, like, man, it's not looking good this year. Prices are going to have to come down. So, I bought puts on NVIDIA, but I went for the leaps. I went for January's. And because biased, I suppose, I went for the strike 130s, which are way out of the money. Just because I wanted to get those 5 delta puts, those unit puts, just to see, if semis do drop, if NVIDIA drops. NVIDIA's
right.
Type for a massive correction.
I think
the valuation is actually about where it was when it was trading at 346. So NVIDIA's at 269, but the valuation is the same as when it was 346. That's a little stupid. So yeah, I'm buying the strike 130 puts.
It's a good call. Good call.
Well,
those expired January.
Well, my thing is with this whole CHIPS Act thing is it's not really, for EVs or anything. It's just I believe it's just for military use only. I don't really know much about the act. All I know is it's really going to be promoting domestic manufacturing, since the U.S. buys 90% of its chips from Taiwan, and most of the chips that we do buy don't really go into EVs or vehicles that I know of. Most of them do go into military equipment, which is why I guess they passed the CHIPS Act in the first place. They put it as more of a national security issue rather than a we need them for our vehicles.
The banks. If you're okay switching topics. I don't know if anyone saw an article about M&T Bank, and some guy that's been taking a deep dive on the banks noticed that M&T Bank, the ticker is MTB. I think about a year ago, or at least on their 2021 10K filing, they said that they were gonna hold on to their cash and their like highly liquid securities, like the cash equivalents, not buy treasuries, because they saw the writing on the wall that the Fed said they were going to raise rates, and they said it didn't look like a good opportunity to buy long dated treasuries. So they said they were going to sit on cash and wait for a good opportunity. What do you know? A bunch of other banks apparently don't have good management, and they couldn't make the same forecast, which was, if you paid tens of millions of dollars to manage a bank, you should know this shit. So they waited, then they bought the dip. They released their 2022 10K. They deployed a lot of that cash to buy those now, those long dated securities, which are now trading at depressed prices. So they dropped in sympathy. They're another regional bank, and they dropped in sympathy with that industry. Something they were trading at like 155, 160. And they hit a low of like 110, so not as bad as the others, and I think understandably so. But they're still trading at 117. And I think drop reflects that the markets believe they're still going to take a hit, right? Some kind of like decent size hit, because that's still a big drop. That's like what, a 35% drop, or maybe like 30% drop. So I think with the next earnings, it's coming up on, I think it's the 17th. Yeah, the 17th. So next week, I think they're going to report good earnings. And I think they're going to say, look, like, we did it right. All these other banks, they don't know what the hell they're doing. We're good. Our earnings are safe. We bought the dip. And basically, they did the exact opposite of what so many other regional banks did, where they erred. So, I am selling cash secured puts expiring in June, strike 110, and then I'm buying June strike 140 calls, and that's MTB is the ticker. But yeah, and in case you missed most of that, MTB did not invest in long dated treasuries a year or so ago, because they said long dated treasuries were going to take a hit because the Fed said they were going to raise rates. They were correct, and now they bought the dip. So they did the opposite of what all those other stupid regional banks did. So they should have a really good earnings report. Yes, puts on MTB.
I was gonna say, if you guys want to day trade, you could do puts on Snowflake because it's up 3%, but it's already turned around and going down now. Topped out at like 144. Probably gonna hit like 140.
Has anyone mentioned end phase recently? Past week.
Dude, I've been trying to call it out every day.
Yeah, I was gonna
Trying to
say he was talking about it yesterday.
Phase.
Yeah.
That's a stock that I think, when it comes to just buying stocks, I try to be a strict value investor. It's not exactly trading at a good value. Free cash flow yields like 3%. and I try to get at least 5. If it's a high growth stock, then I'll be like, okay, I'll go for 4. So it's not a strict value the way I look at value stocks, but it's got really good growth, and it seems like one of those companies that is they're not going to go anywhere. They are exposed to the residential sector, which is unfortunate going into a recession. But I was talking to a friend, and I told him basically that first part, but also like if you're just long-term focused, I think this is a company that's going to be around for a long time, and they have very good cash flow. Cash from operations is let me try to look at their margins real quick. In phase, let's give you a quick analysis here. Okay, so their cash from operation margins are about 30%. The 3-year compounded annual growth rate in revenue is about 64%. And next, let's see, last year to next year, they're expecting, or to this fiscal year, they're expecting, 60% revenue increase? So this company is still in high growth mode. And I was pretty surprised that they don't have very high stock-based comp. I think it's like close to 10%, but so is Salesforce. So a company that's growing this fast and making that much money, I expected to see at least like 20% of sales and stock-based comp, but it's like under 10% of sales. So I'm like, okay, that's not that bad. It still sucks, but it's not that bad. So I think this company is going to do very well in the long term. This isn't my favorite price to be at, but I think if you wanted to make a bet on a renewable energy or clean energy stock, it's like proven. I think this is probably the best play out there, the long term.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Enphase has their earnings coming up, so I've been playing some options on it within the short term of its volatility. But going into earnings, as you probably seen before, Luis, but for everyone else listening, they always beat, right? Like, we'll see if the trend continues, which I anticipate it will. I think it'll only get better than last quarter. And it runs up right before and then runs after they beat. And then it slowly kind of like drops because it's pretty volatile stock for how big it is. And then it slowly kind of like bleeds out back until the next earning and rinse and repeat all over again. So it's pretty cyclical. The cycles are pretty noticeable. So I anticipate the same thing happening again. And under 200, I'm comfortable. Of course, 130 is probably like that range I want to buy at. Like if I was holding shares to hold for a long term. But in terms of option plays, it's a good one.
What is the ticker? What is the ticker? Just so
ENPH. What's funny is when it was trading at like 320, 330, it was at the close to the top of my short watch list because of the valuation. And I was like, this business is too strong. I don't want to short it. And then it dropped like 30%. But now it's like on my my long watch list.
Oh yeah, if it was right after like earnings, like maybe a month, and you got that, and it was like above 300 or whatever, then that was a perfect short.
Trade I made is well, it's weird, but I made a double. What did I do? Double calendar spread. And I actually did ratio, so it's a little too weird, but let's see. Post a picture.
I got a weird one for you guys. It's a long-term shipping play. It's a TRTN. It just jumped 32% today, so it's a little late to go long. But for today, you make some money on the short end of it. But TRTN. Operates equipment leasing and equipment trading for shipping containers. Fleet consists of 4.2 million containers and chassis, representing 7.2 million 20 footers, 7.9 million cost equivalent units.
They're being acquired. Is that what you said?
I haven't looked at the news. Let me
They're being
see.
acquired. That's why they're up.
Is that why? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're probably not going to move much from this price.
Yeah.
Unless the acquisition is called off, then the price goes down.
Are we talking about Activision?
No, Triton, TRTN, or TRTN.
Okay. Whatever happened with Activision? People were bullish on it, I think, yesterday.
The price still waiting. And it looks like the acquisition is going to go through because Microsoft controls the world.
I have some news pertaining to that.
There was something that was supposed to come out today, right? And that's why people were buying calls, I think.
As of Tuesday, March 28th, Japan, Chile, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and Serbia have already approved the acquisition as well. Other than that, I don't have any. The FTC reportedly has filed suit early to try to head off it in a settlement deal. The European Commission, I believe, approved of it, but who knows? The FTC does not want it to go through. As of, again, that is information as of March 28th of this year.
Yeah, we're in a very harsh regulatory environment right now. I don't know if anyone else has called this out, but like, it's just getting ridiculous.
Yeah, we were talking about it a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
I think government's just flexing nuts, kind of like China style, except dialed back like 50% because China would just like disappear some CEOs,
Right.
I think they're just looking at every single big merger and saying, that's a big dollar amount. No, sue them. But it's like not all of them are threatening competition. So a lot of deals like worse than the ones that are on the docket right now have gone through in the past.
So apparently there's a group of video gamers. This is as of April 11th on Reuters. A group of video gamers filed a challenge to block the acquisition.
It's a good thing gamers have no power in this world.
Yeah, the main stall has been from the Sony. Like, Sony's the one that's been fighting this.
Well, and they're trying to convince the UK government as well to approve the deal.
Yeah, and I think they will. I mean, Japan already has too. But, like, Sony was the biggest stall that caused this major delay in acquisition.
I think Sony's gonna back off if they haven't backed off already, because they're playing politics now. Maybe not so much Sony. Maybe Sony was like, they're like, well, we need to protect our business, so we need to try to do something right. So sure, they're gonna do something. Then some members of Congress accused Sony of being anti-competitive in Japan. Just out of the blue. I don't know if anybody saw this. This was maybe like a week and a half ago. And like several members of Congress were like, the video game industry in Japan is too monopolistic and Microsoft can't compete. I'm like, what the hell? Like, since when did these Congress people care about the video game industry in Japan? I was like, oh, it's because Microsoft controls the government. So I was like, okay, this makes sense. And it was in reaction to Sony. Yeah, to Sony like pushing back on the deal. So I was like, so you're fucking scumbags, and you want to make money off this deal. I was like, all right, they're just playing politics. So the deal's probably going to go through.
So what's going on is, in order for Microsoft essentially to take it over, is that they would like, Sony was complaining that if Microsoft took over Activision, they would be kicked off of playing Call of Duty and essentially removed from being able to capitalize on the new Call of Duty games. And so essentially, in order for Microsoft to dismiss those claims, they would have to agree to essentially license everything out for 10 years with Nintendo and NVIDIA that will essentially greenlight this deal to go through. Which is I think why Sony got upset with it in the first place.
Sony's just pissed off because PlayStation sucks ass versus Xbox.
Well, there is that.
That's not what the Japanese say.
The UK
Japanese think Xbox sucks.
Yeah, that's my own opinion.
Americans, Xbox rules. Non-Americans, Xbox sucks.
So as long as Microsoft licensed this stuff out for 10 years, the European Commission won't block the deal. But it's set to decide on the deal by April 25th. So, but the UK government says it needs to divest the Call of Duty series to address the concerns that they have.
Oh, hey, Jay Bourbon, I think it's those. I think it's Bill Gates 5G towers that are making you like Xbox.
Nah, I just grew up on Xbox. I just kept steady, like, you know, kind of the iPhone thing. There's nothing new with iPhones, but I'm hooked on it, and I don't plan to change.
iPhones. Let me tell you something about iPhones. Let's see. You're about to get me started on a rant. Oh, PC Master Race is here. Oh, shout outs to PC Master Race. Is anyone having trouble with their fucking... Did anyone get an iPhone 14? It feels like they have to press every button like 3 fucking times.
I don't know what
the
problems are.
No,
I
I have one, and yeah, I'm having the same issue.
Okay, so I've stayed with iPhone because I've paid for apps, the ecosystem, right? That's it. Like, I'm not like, oh, iPhone. Like, I don't jerk off to iPhone at night, to Apple, but it's sticky, right? Once you're on the platform. But now I'm like, there's so many fucking bugs. Now I'm like, how are Android phones? Like, do they have these bugs? Like, this is the first time I've legitimately considered switching because the phone is just like, there's so many fucking bugs now. The user interface is like shit compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, it's been pretty fucking stagnant, dude. But I think the bugs have tried to help weed out people having group chats too with other phones that are not iPhones. It's been hilarious.
I just switched from Android. Like, I literally just switched because I had that shit Android that was like the S21 or whatever Samsung, and I switched to the iPhone because I got tired of people in business being like, you don't have an iPhone? Because they would see it in like text messaging and stuff like that. And I'm like, this is the dumbest shit to have like an issue about. Fine, I'll get an iPhone. And
now
yeah,
you regret.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. You know what sucks is
are you shorting Apple?
Am I shorting Apple? No. What sucks is I just got these AirPods and I'm already like thinking about switching. Well, I mean, to be honest, I didn't get them. The wife of the guy, that I'm cucking, she got me the AirPods, which is nice. So I guess it's not a total loss right there.
Which one did you get, the AirPod Pros? Because those ones make me feel like my head's about to explode.
I got the newer ones, the ones with the soft buds or whatever, cups. What the fuck do you call those? Newer ones, the more expensive ones.
Okay, I think those are the Pros. Yeah,
the AirPods,
the noise proof and shit or whatever.
Yeah, because the wife that I'm seeing, she's rich, so she bought me the most expensive ones.
Yeah, they're expensive. They're nice. They definitely drown out sound, but like I feel like my head's legitimately about to explode off of them. I don't know what they're doing to my brain, but
it's that 5G tower shit, dude. Frying your brain.
6G, bro.
That's why you buy Apple calls instead of Apple puts, because you gotta listen to the voices in your head.
Yeah,
fucking Gil Bates.
Last year.
Really?
I'm definitely not gonna short them. I mean, MacBooks and the frickin' iPhones haven't changed. If anything, they're just getting rid of shit, and then you got to buy dongles on everything.
Apple
But
did announce that there was a, what did they say, a 40% decrease in PC shipments?
what?
Yeah.
Really?
You see that? It like rocked the PC market. HP, Western Digital, like all these other PC related stocks dropped on that.
Yeah, that was
that's a big
nuts.
thing, but I
That-
don't think people are really. It doesn't look like people really care about that.
Apple stands really don't really give a shit.
It has to be related to like companies or some sort that's getting those mass shipments to increase those sales, because government wide they're using Microsoft products. So I'm curious to know where the big money is flowing into those PCs. I doubt it's just retail.
Oh, wasn't it
I mean,
the virtual reality headsets that they were making or something that I think they were scrapping, or like they were saying they were going to develop a virtual reality system like the Oculus Rift version or Apple version of Oculus Rift or something.
I mean,
Stupid
I
like
know
that.
a lot of people that code by Apple. Like, I prefer to code. Like, as far as writing code, I prefer to do that on a Mac than a PC. Maybe that's just me, but like,
I will say,
a lot of people have preferences like that.
When I was learning coding, it was nice on my MacBook. I will agree with that. I think it's pretty obvious why their PC market is dropping. It's because they're too fucking expensive.
Yeah, and there's also better, for the same price that you're buying a MacBook, you could get a better regular PC for that, from Dell or HP or Lenovo or whatever. There's so many options, and some of them are a lot better than others. Apple, I think, is more, instead of you're not really buying value anymore, you're buying the brand. That's my thing now with Apple.
Yeah, I will give it to them for like their MacBooks at least. So when I was deployed, I bought a MacBook before I deployed, and because I was like 18, and that was my first computer, and I was like, oh, this looks cool. I didn't know shit about computers, and I was like, MacBooks look fun, so I bought it. I deployed with it, and everyone's laptops were like getting filled with dust and shit, and they were breaking, and my MacBook was solid. And I could like lug it around, put it in my rucksack, like take it anywhere, take it on convoys, and it was just solid. Like it always worked, and it still worked for like years after I came back from deployment. And yeah, it was just a solid computer. And then I got a Toshiba or something afterwards, because I was like, I don't need MacBook. Everybody's talking about MacBook sucks, right? So I got a Toshiba, and that lasted like half as long in like regular America, like not even deployed. So I went back to MacBook. I was like, fuck this. I was like, a MacBook, I could throw this thing like off the roof and it would still work. So I would give it to MacBooks for that. But I just bought a new laptop and I got a Lenovo. I was like, the MacBooks, they're just too damn expensive.
Yeah, the price is pretty high, but what I also like about Macs versus the others is like I could watch all the midget porn and shit, and it won't affect it compared to my Windows computers, like or Lenovo's and whatnot. So the security piece of it not getting hacked or getting slowing down is significant for me. Which is why I think the government should have used it to begin with, because now they're using all these frickin' antivirus crap and paying out of the wazoo for it.
If you're gonna get a laptop that's a PC, you got to get a gaming laptop. It's the only way to go. Everything else is just overpriced crap.
Yeah.
Build your own, bro.
Or you buy a MacBook if you want a laptop for working with, because you're either
an Apple.
You're either gonna spend $600 on a fucking Chromebook, or you're gonna buy $1,200 of a gaming laptop.
Last year,
Did you just say to build your own gaming laptop? I don't know anyone building their own laptop.
No, not laptop. PC.
You're talking about PC?
Yeah, bro.
Like desktop? Yeah, desktop is the way to go building it.
No, what you do is you buy a gaming laptop and then you just buy extra RAM, but you buy the gaming laptop with a good processor and a good graphics card and buy a stick of RAM and you're done.
Even I built my own PC and I can't even fucking spell PC.
Now that we're talking a lighter subject, I don't know if you guys heard of Riot Platforms. Today was the first time I heard about them. Apparently, they are Bitcoin mining company in Texas or some shit. And the New York Times did a piece on the electricity use of Bitcoin mining and the CO2 emissions and all that. And this company apparently exercised their right of correction and posted a video on their Twitter with a dude in hard hat who's measuring CO2 emissions in a field or some shit, and then going into close to the mining rigs and measuring CO2 again there, and concluding that since the two numbers equal, Bitcoin mining doesn't have any CO2 emissions. And it is the funniest shit ever.
Yeah, he's a freaking moron. Yeah.
I mean,
oh, by the way,
let me just post the link in the chat.
By the way, for anyone in Texas, they did a study, and apparently Bitcoin miners caused a 5% increase in electricity costs year over year for the past several years. So that's nice because, when Bitcoin is mined, it gets sent to all the children and little boys and girls all over the world, and they're happy and they eat and prosper, and Bitcoin just does so many good things. So I'm glad that we pay more for that shit.
I read an article that McDonald's is still going to refuse to use cryptocurrencies as a medium of exchange when some guy threatened the cashier of I'm going to kill you if you don't take Bitcoin or some shit. I don't know. It was some fucking weird story.
Oh,
man.
Also, more rage porn for Texans. When we were having power outages, apparently, I don't know if it was ERCOT or I saw an article. It just says Texas. So I don't know if that's the government or if it's ERCOT, whoever the hell it was. They paid a Bitcoin mining company, Bitfeed, I think, that mines in Texas. They paid them $175,000 an hour to not mine Bitcoin. That's taxpayer money went to Bitcoin miners to not mine Bitcoin during the power outages.
Oh yeah, they do that. Yeah, that's the deal. Yeah, that's the deal with them. So they can use electricity when there is enough, and in peak times they are not allowed to use them. So I guess it sort of balances the grid, if you will.
Yeah,
and you can get paid for that. Yeah,
but they get paid to not mine it. That's a pretty shit deal for everybody else.
Yeah, I identify as a Texas-based Bitcoin miner, and that's why you haven't.
This is gonna make me become a crypto terrorist.
A what?
Crypto terrorist. I'm gonna start blowing up Bitcoin mining facilities in Texas. Who wants to join me? Send me a DM.
I mean,
Minecraft.
Remember, it's in Minecraft. With Bitcoin mining, it's not. My thing about cryptocurrencies is it's not going to be a viable thing until everybody starts using it, and unless everyone's going to start using it, what's the point of even worrying about it? Unless you're like Ethiopia and your currency is so worthless that you have to use Bitcoin. Or was it Ecuador that invested almost all their currency into Bitcoin or something?
El Salvador, right?
El Salvador.
Yeah.
They averaged up and up and up and tanked.
Weren't they using volcanoes as the energy source for mining?
That is correct. No, seriously, they have geothermal miners. They ended up buying a bunch of Bitcoin, and then they just kept averaging down as Bitcoin kept going down, and then they set up these mining operations, and they were mining 15 coins a month, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that was what they started with. And then as they build out more and more of these geothermal powered mining units that they actually just drop in shipping containers, they're now mining quite a bit of Bitcoin. And now that it broke 30,000, they just paid off their IMF loans. So I guess they don't have to worry about the International Monetary Fund, the world's largest payday lender, fucking them over anymore, which is nice.
IMF, impossible mission.
And how's Luce, how's paying Bitcoin miners not to mine different than the U.S. Ag Department paying farmers not to farm?
Because farmers fucking feed people, at least. What the hell does Bitcoin do?
It promotes Doge and Elon. It gives Elon to talk about something.
Five people have
I
already
love
signed
you.
up for the crypto terrorists.
Yeah. Yeah.
5 people. Yeah, I've received 5 signups for the crypto terrorism movement. Thank you. The signups
Farmers
are
don't
still
feed
open.
people when they don't plant crops, dude.
Are you serious? Like, are you joking or?
No, I mean,
You're serious.
Farmers
So
are paid not to farm.
Farmers
Farmers
get
are
fucked on a regular basis, and I'm not talking about like the rich political farmers, the ones that just buy farms so that they can get tax benefits. But like fucking real farmers get fucked like on a regular basis, on a seasonal basis. And what do? I don't know. They just feed the whole fucking world. Bitcoin miners. You're comparing Bitcoin miners to farmers.
They don't feed the world when they're not farming. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
If you're not farming, what do you feed?
Am I speaking English?
No, I don't know what
Christ.
I don't know what you're speaking. You're not making sense. If they're being paid not to farm, and they're not feeding anyone.
Oh my God. Bitcoin doesn't do shit for anybody.
It does.
Do you understand this?
It does.
It doesn't do
It has
shit.
done a lot.
What the fuck is going on
It
here?
has changed, dude. It has changed people's lives.
It's even more signups for the anti. Suddenly, signups have increased for the anti-crypto movement. Thank you.
Who's me personally?
Like
We're like my family has transferred money from Europe to the United States at a fraction of the cost of what it takes to do it through a bank.
That's the only point why people like Bitcoin. Other than that, it has no other use.
Gandalf Shaft said he ate a Bitcoin last week. I stand corrected. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. You can't eat Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't eat people.
When you geniuses try to figure out how to have the U.S. government stop devaluing the dollar, then Bitcoin will be useless. But until then, if there's currency debasement, Bitcoin has a great purpose, and that's just protecting purchasing power. And it's volatile, so people are going to talk shit, but fine.
Protecting purchasing power.
Also, I'd like to call out that
Bitcoin disappeared,
as
it would have no impact on the world.
Also, I'd like to call out that I know everybody says like, oh, it uses energy and shit like that. But if you actually look at the amount of energy used by Bitcoin Network versus Visa and MasterCard as corporations, they actually have a lower fucking carbon footprint than traditional payment processors. Like literally, if we just switch to Bitcoin, it would be lower carbon.
Bitcoin could disappear and it would have no impact.
It would have a major
impact.
I can't buy it on the black market.
you can't eat it anymore if it disappeared. I'm sorry. This has gone extreme mouth breather. My God.
Dude, to the guy who was saying that Bitcoin acts as a store of value, like as soon as the market started to shit, so did Bitcoin. It's not like propped up when the dollar's going down. It's been shit in the bed recently until just now.
True.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I hope it sits the bed more. I want some on the feet.
This is fantastic.
I can't believe you guys are like falling for the liberal propaganda on Bitcoin. Unreal. I mean,
liberal propaganda.
Yeah.
You lost me. You lost me.
Dude, I want nothing more.
I can't believe you guys. Bank of America employees use more gasoline, more energy getting to work every day than you use for Bitcoin.
You know who also used energy? The slaves. The slave owners use energy too. Bitcoin.
Dude, you know who else uses energy? Farmers.
Immigrants too.
I'm going
with
Milton Friedman. I'm going with Milton
You
Friedman.
run Bitcoin miners off like solar energy?
Did you know Democrats?
Yeah, but I mean, Bitcoin's over 30K. That's all I care about, dog. I mean, we can talk all we want, but it's up there.
Yeah,
Genome,
I want 70.
I want nothing more than for Bitcoin to be like $150,000 a coin. I want it to be that store of value against the dollar, but it just hasn't performed that way.
Yeah, like what price point would be?
Wait until the next halving, Chief. It'll get there. Don't you worry.
I don't know.
It'll get to 100.
Yeah, it's about a year, right?
It's not about a store of value. Okay, Milton Friedman, the Nobel Prize winning economist. There's a great interview of him from like the late 90s where he was asked about what he thought about the internet. Milton Friedman said that as soon as someone develops a currency that works alongside with the internet, he said the internet would be one of the greatest inventions for commerce the world has ever seen, right?
And that payment system right now is Bitcoin, right? It's the only right now. It's the only currency where you can travel with it as it is without needing exchanges. It's the only currency where you can travel to any country in the world and you can use it as is without exchange. That's like the internet. I mean, if you believe in the internet, then you believe in Bitcoin. Easy as that. The internet needs a medium of exchange. No, the internet needs a medium of
So
exchange.
crazy to me.
Maybe.
Dude, it's not crazy. It's not crazy. Look,
His
bro.
mic sucks because he used Bitcoin to buy it.
Bro, the denominator is the US dollar. Bro, the denominator is the US dollar. They're just making more of that shit.
If I believe in the internet, then I believe in Bitcoin. I don't see how that works.
So here's the rub. None of this means that Bitcoin should be worth $30,000 a coin. Do you understand that? Like the fact that nobody has any fucking clue what Bitcoin should actually be worth. There's no one, not a person on the fucking planet that can say Bitcoin should be worth precisely $27,570. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You don't need Bitcoin. You just need blockchain. That's all that this was ever about. It's about blockchain technology. And then Bitcoin price started taking off, and then everyone started caring about Bitcoin. You only cared about it because it made a lot of money. You don't care about it because it's the currency of the world. None of that would have mattered if it didn't go up in price. It was always about blockchain.
You are correct about that. Bitcoin just happens to be the name of what it's called right now. I totally agree with that. But as far as the value of it goes, it's just like anything else. It's people determine the value of it, and to people that are using it, it's worth 30,000. So it's individuals that determine the value of a currency, not the government, right? There's nothing that says that AT&T stock should be worth $20 a share. Unless
Sure there is. There's cash flow.
Cash flow.
AT&T is a company that generates cash flow.
There's cash flow in Bitcoin. And you got
No,
the
there
same.
isn't. It's only Bitcoin. It's not a company that produces cash flow. What the fuck? Do you know
It
accounting?
generates. Yeah, it generates its own cash flow. It does.
No,
generates its
no,
own,
that's cash
it has its
inflow.
own ecosystem.
Cash flow and cash inflow are
Generates
very
cash
different.
flow. Yes, Bitcoin generates cash flow for me. When
The
I
only
buy
thing generating
sell it.
cash from Bitcoin is fucking Coinbase.
Simple. Give them shit, bro.
Yeah, fucking feet pics on OnlyFans generate cash flow too.
Actually, they do.
Drug dealing generates cash flow for
At least
me.
mine
That's
do.
what it does.
Who are you arguing with, Luz? Who is it?
I don't know.
Human.
I don't know. Somebody's crazy about crypto.
It's human genome.
Human.
I'm so sorry I mentioned Riot. I didn't want to start
Yeah,
this whole
fuck you,
fight.
Riot.
No, I just mentioned how Texans were getting fucked by Bitcoin miners, and then somebody came out to say leave Bitcoin alone.
And when we talked about farmers, and then it turned into this.
Gamers
No.
got fucked with Bitcoin
Yeah,
miners.
farmers were compared to Bitcoin and saying
To Bitcoin
farmers
miner,
get paid
yeah.
to not farm. Bitcoin miners should get paid to not Bitcoin.
I think the most important takeaway here is that farmersonly.com actually takes Bitcoin as a payment in their payment gateway for their dating site.
Dude, farmers need to stick together.
What is this? What is this? 646 blah blah blah. What are you talking about?
He's
Y'all
going
lost
up.
your minds. Said I shorted
Who's that
Visa.
calling?
Visa
Floppy
was one of the
disks.
first videos I covered. One of the first stocks I covered on my YouTube channel. What the shit are you talking about?
Go.
Invite him top.
You know why farmers only takes Bitcoin is because that's the only thing they can afford.
That was a terrible joke.
Yeah, it was.
Was that actually a joke?
Like, okay,
I was going to say, farmers have a lot of money then if they can afford Bitcoin.
It's
at these
one
prices.
instance of people using Bitcoin for everyday transactions. Okay, name another.
Call me crazy, but I use this thing called
When I
US
buy
dollar for everyday
cocaine.
transactions.
I'm not buying CSGO skins here.
If I want to send money to Simplevice, I would do it in ETH. I'm just
When I'm
saying.
buying cocaine, I'm using Bitcoin.
Yeah, I pay hookers with Bitcoin. That's about it.
Cocaine generates cash flow.
True.
Hookers.
It does.
You know why it generates cash flow?
Classified as a
People sell it.
commodity. Because it has no cash flow value. That's why it's a commodity. It doesn't create any cash flow unless a bunch of people want to buy it.
Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. Whoever thinks otherwise is mental.
Hey, don't say that. That's not nice. Leave Bitcoin alone.
Gold is a Ponzi scheme. It's just a fucking rock, but a bunch of people want to buy it.
No. Gold is being used
I hear
everywhere.
rumors that you can use gold for things.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last time I checked.
I don't know, but yeah,
Ponzi
maybe
scheme.
that's some crazy liberal media that's telling me that gold
What
is
the hell was
useful.
that comment? Oh, you listen to the liberal media about Bitcoin. Like, what?
Yeah.
The Democrats are behind the Ponzi of
The
Bitcoin.
dirty liberal media. They're the ones that say farmers
propaganda.
feed people.
Liberal propaganda, all you guys. Liberal
The only
propaganda.
people
George
here
Soros is
that are
behind
liberated.
Bitcoin usage.
Hey, wait. I think I know.
Liberal
I think
propaganda.
I know what the source of this is. You a Bed Bath and Beyond bag holder.
No, not at all.
You told me to buy
So-
Bed Bath Beyond yesterday, though.
So tell me I'm wrong.
I didn't.
I think crypto people are the same as the short squeeze guys. I think you're the same thing. I think you're the same damn thing. Like, you don't understand what value is. You don't really know what value is. You think you know what cash flow is. You don't. It's squeezed bigly one time. You missed out on the squeeze, so now you're just pumping it like every day. You're the same thing. You're the same person.
Nope. You're wrong.
It's all good, Bruce. It's all good.
I didn't. It actually squeezed 3 times. So one time, the first time when I first got into crypto.
And that's what they say about the short squeeze stocks.
No. When I first got into crypto, I got into
All right.
it was 16 cents a Bitcoin. Right, it was 16 cents a Bitcoin. That was when I first got into it, and my son and I were mining it. My son and I were mining it on our GPUs. And the reason it made sense to me is, in every economic epoch, the currency reflects the nature of the economy. So in an agrarian society, you're trading apples for oranges, you're trading sheep for corn, you're trading beaver pelts for whatever you need, right? In an industrial economy, again, you have the currency that reflects the nature of the economy. You got coins that are printed and minted by machines because you look kind of funny walking into a Ford dealership with 1,000 chickens under your arms trying to buy a Ford Mustang. In a digital economy, you need to have a currency that reflects the nature of the economy, something that's as global and not controlled by anyone, just like the internet.
Dollar.
Sounds
It's
like
not
the
the dollar.
same thesis about
No,
ApeCoin.
the dollar is controlled by the U.S. government, right?
And who is Bitcoin controlled by?
There's like I heard
Fucking
there's
China.
5. I actually simple. I was listening to a podcast and it was about 5 people who actually control the source code of Bitcoin, and they're finding
Doesn't
there's
China have they control like 50% of mining?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
boys, you
No,
remember-
China exited mining.
Nah. No, dude.
Yeah, they made
They
it
made it.
illegal.
They
Let's
made
find
it
out.
big illegal, man.
Yeah, so you always will have states that don't want it. So, what's the use in a country like China if no one's allowed to use it, and then you're just gonna get killed?
China's tried to ban it. Russia's tried to ban it. The U.S. has tried to ban it, and it's still there. It's still being used in China. It's still being used.
The U.S. is trying to ban it.
It doesn't matter what
The U.S. didn't ban it.
Yeah, they tried to ban it.
That sounds some like liberal propaganda.
In one of the minor islands that's controlled by, in one of the minor islands that's controlled by the U.S., they were trying to make Bitcoin an official currency, and the Fed and the Treasury Department, they came down on them and said, "Don't do it." They went ahead and they had the referendum, and it passed because people wanted it. So yeah, the U.S. tried to ban it, and it's still there.
This is such a dumb conversation.
It is not. Just like the internet, there needs to be a currency that works on
It's
the internet.
not.
That's
It is
controlled
not.
by anyone. It is. Whatever. I don't care. You know, it's like you're
Great,
the guy,
man.
you're the guy that I had to try to convince to use email back in '93 because he still had a fax machine. So I'm okay with that. You know, that's all right. If you don't see a purpose,
I will say, human
if you don't see a
genome.
purpose for yourself, that's fine. But I have found a purpose for it.
Ooh.
Think of everything you said. I don't think
I told
like,
you
made a
also
new
I have
point.
a purpose for Bitcoin, buying cocaine.
Oh,
What
yeah.
happened? What happened during the COVID?
Apparently, did you know that now drug dealers prefer to use the U.S. dollar over Bitcoin? because Bitcoin's
It's
more
like
easily
traceable.
traced.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
fucking hilarious.
You can't counterfeit Bitcoin, of course. And Bitcoin is the worst. Bitcoin is the worst thing to use if you're committing crimes, because you can look at the transaction history all the way from the time that Bitcoin is created until today. So if you're using Bitcoin to commit crime, it's like leaving your driver's license at the teller window when you're robbing a bank. I mean, stupid.
Dude, we're fucking around. People are using Monero and they're using mixers. We know all that shit. But what happened if nobody controls it? What happened in December during COVID when it fell to almost 5K? What happened?
Bro,
You know why?
the way it happened, man.
I know, but
Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Bitcoin hasn't been at 5K in like
No, it
almost
was
10 years.
right
course it
in
was.
2020 it was around 5K.
December.
It was 3
Yep.
grand.
It was December.
Yep.
Yeah, December COVID.
I know, because I've hodled it for a long time, my friends. So
No, human.
I
It
remember.
was. Well, let me. No. Let me finish. So, do you know there was, I don't know who here follows the GME meltdown sub. There was a great fucking post about a dude that wrote almost all of the original BBBY. I know you're not a BBBY fan, doesn't matter. Who wrote all the BBBY original DDs, you know? And the dude came up and said, I need to pull it. It's so perfect for this situation right now. So the dude said, I ruined my life. Wait, I'm opening it right now. I'm getting to a point. Yeah, so I always thought all the negative media attention towards the meme stock was purely one-sided to protect hedge funds, and it was all FUD. I thought always being bullish was part of how the retail won, blah blah blah, but now I think the media attention might have actually been partly trying to protect retail investors like me, who didn't know anything from making a really, really bad decision. So crypto needs to be regulated, just like everything else is, to protect clowns and retards who think this is the future and they can, you know, like they go all into it. People that actually lost money with crypto and big players all want to regulate it for that reason. So, and it is going to be regulated. So everything that you love it for is going to be gone. And I'm curious, are you going to hold it then?
Honestly, I think
I agree it needs to be regulated. I agree it needs to be regulated. And I don't think it's not gonna change what Bitcoin means to the individual, because
but then it stops
It's
being
not going
what
to
it
change
is.
the price action.
No,
It's not
no,
going
it
to.
doesn't. It does not.
Of course it does. Decentralized monetary. Huh?
What?
If it's regulated, you can still use it. You can still use it globally. Right? Each
Yeah,
country's
but
gonna regulate.
I don't know. Like that was a nice little news story you pulled up, but that doesn't make any sense, bro. They're still gonna. The U.S. dollar is the
Okay, dude,
denominator. It's
your
denominated in
profile, your
it's
name
gonna-
is Diamond Hands. Like, I like.
It's pretty creative,
Now-
huh? Don't you think? Pretty
No,
original.
it's not pretty creative.
Pretty
No,
retarded.
it isn't. No, it's pretty
So-
retarded. And the point where I'm gonna try to explain shit to you is from A, you know, in the alphabet. So you don't get to talk shit. So shut the fuck up, Diamond Hands. If you don't
Okay.
understand the basics.
Can we?
What
Who
are
the
the basics?
fuck?
You just
Who
read
the
it. You just
fuck
read a
said?
news story. What are the
Who
basics?
the? It's not news. It's the dude that wrote it. Who said that if it's being regulated, it's not gonna be used? I didn't say that shit. I said that it's gonna stop being what it is, a decentralized cryptocurrency, whatever. If it's going to be regulated.
Well,
When the
That's
fuck
not
did I
true.
said it's gonna be stopped?
What are you gonna do? What are they gonna do? How are they gonna
Just
regulate it?
because there's
How
regulation
are they
doesn't
gonna regulate it?
necessarily take away the decentralization. And
That's correct.
I will
That's fair.
say, as a member of the Wall Street Blockchain Alliance, which is a group of like basically bankers and fund managers and people that are involved in crypto, we've written a lot of letters to the Securities Exchange Commission asking for regulation and even proposing basically sample regulation of like, hey, this should be regulated. One of the letters that we wrote just a few months ago was on how basically assets can be wrapped into NFTs and how that might be being used for money laundering. And, you know, so I mean, there are people in the crypto space that want to see it have a legitimate use case. And
when,
the problem is
and
any
what
time.
is called? What is gonna be regulated? What point of
Well,
it?
I mean, the things that we would like to see is some of these asset classes treated appropriately and regulated in sort of the ways that we see some security regulations. For example, bid-ask spreads on the regular market. There is regulation on how large of a bid-ask spread a market maker can have. And in the crypto world, that's not the case. And so some of these exchanges, especially some of these decentralized exchanges, are really raking crypto people over the coals by having these really wide bid-ask spreads as market makers, and they're using bots. Yeah. And it's like, that should be regulated, because people end up getting terrible execution prices. And a lot of the people that are in crypto are so unsophisticated, they don't even realize they're getting played. And, that's where regulation would be really helpful.
Do you think that somebody needs to regulate the... Okay, I'm going to pose this question differently. Do you think that there needs to be the truth?
No, that's my question. Simple. How are they going to enforce it?
I wasn't for regulation. I said that people that are using it are calling for regulations. I don't give a shit about crypto. It's a Ponzi scheme. How are they gonna regulate it? No fucking idea. No idea.
Can I say something on the regulation?
Today? You were saying your whole point was like, oh, it's not going to be what it is today. So you're talking out of your ass.
I kind of agree with Diamond Hands on this of how it's going to be regulated, because I would argue that there's such a small number of users right now that to me regulation, yes, it seems like a good idea. I do agree with Scald saying, hey, the bid-ask spreads on these are huge. But my question is even though they might regulate it, my question is how does the enforcement work?
Okay, so how do they do it? They take exchanges and they just say, hey, from now on, you're going to give us all the information that you have on each of the users. You're going to prohibit the selling or the buying of the Bitcoin. Huh? What?
Called KYC. It already exists, and Bitcoin has already been classified as a commodity. It's not classified as a security. Things like Ethereum, all the other cryptos.
There's only one exchange. There's only one exchange that's being regulated right now.
Simple. It already exists. Coinbase, the big exchange here in the US. They already asked. That's all you need. That's really all. I mean, how many do you need?
Well,
how many do you need to regulate it completely? You need all of them. You need the UN to say
the ones that are operating in the US, they have to comply by the KYC regulations. They have no choice. It's already being regulated, and it hasn't changed. That's because they're the only ones that are willing to fall under the regulations. But really, all you need is one. What the other exchanges do, that's up to them, right? But it doesn't change. It doesn't change how Bitcoin is used or the value that Bitcoin creates. So simple. We're practically neighbors, dude. Like my family's from Romania, so my father gets a pension from Romania, and in order to transfer the money from Romania here to the United States. By the time the money got here to the United States, the fucking banks, they stole half of his money in fees and exchange rates and all that kind of bullshit. What we did, my family did, is we convert the money that he gets from his pension in Romania to Bitcoin in Romania, transfer the Bitcoin over here, and he gets to keep 95% of his pension. It's no longer being siphoned and scalped away by the fucking banks, going from Romania to the EU to the US, and by the time he gets to his bank, he's got nothing left.
No, heard of Revolut.
That's our use case. That's our use case for Bitcoin. For
PayPal. A lot of people have voted to move on from this part of the chat, so I'd like to see if this play that I have is retarded. MCB Bank, I've got puts on them. MCB, not MTB.
McDonald's Bank.
No, MCB. So they have heavy crypto exposure. And they're basically like Signature or like Silvergate, and so I bought puts a month out.
I just bought Bitcoin.
Oh, okay.
I know I fucking did it.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say I don't know. I wouldn't pay $30,000 for one, but
Bitcoin calls.
Wait, why wouldn't you pay 30? No, I'm just kidding.
What the fuck? We said to move on.
Yeah, I know.
All right, I would play Riot Calls.
Oh, Weight Watchers. Did anyone get in on the Weight Watchers trade?
Yeah, I was gonna say Weight Watchers.
Yeah, I got in on that one.
It's at like 617 or something right now. Hold on. I got a put for 528.
You know that there's a bill being proposed to pay fat people to not eat? You know that?
This is better than the freaking Bitcoin shit we were
I'm just
talking
kidding.
about.
I'm just kidding. Oh, okay. All right. I'll stop.
Does it pair them up with farmers that don't farm? I'm sorry.
So you were talking about the regulatory market earlier as far as M&As go. I have another one to call out there. It was Spirit Airlines and JetBlue. JetBlue's trying to buy Spirit Airlines, and the DOJ stepped in to block it back in like the beginning of March. I was wondering what everybody thought about that. They're set to go to trial in October, but I don't think there's anything there to block that personally.
I just pulled up an article. Oh, jeez. 4 states are now expected to join in the U.S. bid to stop it from merging. California, Maryland, New Jersey, and North Carolina signed on to the lawsuit Friday, which was filed in early March. They joined Massachusetts, New York, Connecticut, and D.C. in the litigation. They have joined the Department of Justice in the March 7th lawsuit to stop the transaction. They said the merger would lead to higher fees, fewer seats, and harm consumers. It would, if they go through with it, it would be creating the 5th largest airline in the U.S. and have 9% of market share.
There's another acquisition that happened. National Instruments got acquired by Emerson Electric for $8.2 billion. Ticker is NATI, Natty.
I was gonna say I'm holding leaps on safe. I've got 27.5 calls for July next year.
Have we talked about the UFC WWE merger, or we're not going to talk about that?
I feel like that's old news at this point, no?
Okay.
The market didn't price it in for a full day, though. So, I mean, you had plenty of time to get in and make a shit ton of money. A bunch of people here got 7-baggers on it. I know both Titty and Rock started.
Who's just cruising on their Stellantis trades?
Oh, man.
So nice.
Stellantis is wonderful, dude.
That was actually a good suggestion you made, Luce. I bought into that, and I'm doing well on that one. Thank you very much. Unlike your Bitcoin suggestion, but Stellantis was good.
Didn't even suggest anything on Bitcoin. I think you wanted to hear me say to sell Bitcoin. I never said anything about trading
You suggested it's worthless. You suggested it's worthless.
I said it doesn't have any real use. Can we not go back to this? You literally just brought this shit back up.
No, I was saying I bought Stellantis. I bought Stellantis. Thank you very much.
No, Stellantis has been great.
Y'all talk about the Super Mario movie? Nintendo?
I heard that got really horrible reviews, but was really good in the theaters.
It's a kid's movie.
And
I mean,
I guess the Hollywood critics were saying it was too much about girl power or whatever, and I'm over here like, well, it's a kids movie. No one, I don't think, really cares. It did gross a lot of money though.
Nintendo Switches like the top selling games. One of them's like Splatoon 3?
Splatoon
I don't give
2
a fuck
or 3
about
or
that
whatever.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna play that game. The game's like for kids. I don't give a shit. But it made them a lot of money. I give zero fucks. So the movie, I'm probably not gonna see it. Let's be real. Yeah, it's like breaking a bunch of records. It broke like the animated movie release records. I think it beat Frozen 2 or something like that.
It was one of the biggest blockbusters for the month of April, just beating out what was the big one that came out this month? There was it. It would definitely beat John Wick for the first couple of weeks it's been out. Or it's been out for like what, a week now?
Did it beat the Mario movie?
The Mario movie beat out a couple of people it beat out Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania for the biggest movie this year so far.
Yeah, so I think they were expecting something like 350 million to gross 350 million within like the first week of release, and they've surpassed 1 billion globally. So that's a pretty big deal. And they have licensing. I think they own Illumination. Then they have licensing. I haven't looked into like exactly what percentage of the profits they're entitled to or they own, but still, that's a big freaking deal.
Illumination is owned by NBC Universal Comcast.
Okay, then they did a partnership with them because they bought
should've.
some animation studio, and I thought it was Illumination, but I'm wrong on that. So I don't know what the relationship is there.
I know that guy Justin was saying the Mario movie was going to send Nintendo stock through the moon.
I mean, it would be nice, but so like the gross over 1 billion, what are they entitled to? Like 100 million? You know, like I don't know what they're entitled to there.
So the most recent acquisition was Next Level Games in Canada. They acquired that in 2021. Nintendo did.
There was some animation studio that they acquired like either beginning of this year or end of last year. I can't remember the name.
Is it no, that's a I don't know.
What's going on in China?
The fucking H3N8 bullshit. I don't really know.
Like another COVID strain?
That's a bird flu.
Oh.
Not the bird flu.
There's a guy I work with who thinks that bird flu shit's going to be like COVID 2.0.
I mean, but didn't we hear about bird flu in like 2011?
With H1N1 or
every year?
Was it like some shit in 2011?
It seems like we're always like, uh-oh, here comes the bird flu, and then like it just never happens. I mean, I agree. It would be problematic if birds carried diseases because birds are fucking everywhere, but...
Well, this is the one that's, this is a strain that's like can spread to all types of animals, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's called the bird flu, but apparently every single animal is getting it.
So market crash or no?
No.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe.
Chinese stocks are getting slammed. D's down 6%. Alibaba's down.
Hey, Luce, another stock that you recommended that's doing fantastic is that Mesa Air. Holy shit, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, Mesa had a good run. It's coming back down.
Just get back, counting up my profits on, let's see, Hot Bellies, that's good. But they wanted me to buy it in Bitcoin, and that really doesn't do anything, does it? Bitcoin doesn't keep the world. Right.
Oh, jeez.
Trying to look for trades that I made on stocks that haven't already moved. Like most of them moved. Like I bought the dip on BP, British Petroleum. Bought Occidental warrants, but I'm already up 21% on those.
Have you guys looked at Pot Bellies? It's like a sandwich shop.
I've looked at them before. What's the ticker?
PBLLY. PB. Philadelphia, Boston, Philadelphia, Boston.
Oh Jesus, chart is ridiculous. You holding shares or what are you trading?
I did. I was long shares so I have this little mutual fund that earns like 10% a year that I like to slide profits into. So that's what I have done with that one. But has anyone ever actually seen this restaurant or something like that?
Yeah, I'll go there from time to time. There's one down the street from me. It's not bad.
Georgia, I heard you call this out yesterday. I have never seen a Potbelly restaurant in my life. I'm not sure. Where are they? Are they in the southeast at all?
Potbelly is really popular. I'm here in the East Coast.
They're popular in Seattle and I think LA too.
Atlanta is a no. I think there might be one
I think they're up
somewhere,
north.
but I don't know where it is.
Where the fuck is a Potbelly in New York?
Josh, do you live in the middle of like nowhere?
Nah, dude, I'm in fucking Orlando.
Oh shit! How's there not a Potbelly's then? I guess maybe not in Florida. Maybe I don't know.
But yeah, Florida has the Wawa.
Wawa's are up here too.
Yeah, that's right. We saw Wawa. Then I was
Yeah,
down
so I
there.
Google.
We saw that.
I Google Potbelly near me, and I get Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, Jersey Mike's is way better than Pot Shit Belly.
Oh hell no! That's that 5G tower beaming bullshit into your brain again, Jay Bourbon.
I think we
Yeah,
talked
Bourbon, you got to
before,
take those
but
AirPods off, bro.
I'd take Jersey
Yeah.
Mike's all day. Their quality
yeah.
way better.
My racist verdict was Jersey Mike's is for white trash.
Yeah, Jersey Mike's is fire, bro.
Well, I'm Mexican, so I guess it doesn't work.
They dumped like mayonnaise and what was it? Or what did I get? I think I got an Italian, and they dumped like that oil on like all over my sandwich, like waterlogged it. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
That's Mike's way, bro.
This is how white people like it.
I like their steak and like their hot subs more. I agree. The Italians and so forth at Potbellies, I like better. Just it
Really
depends.
just kind of cheap. They're really fast.
They're both pretty fast. Catering wise, I see more people like companies I worked for around here. They will use Potbelly over any other sub place for sure.
It's pretty cheap, and they got the Thursday. I get emails every Thursday. It's like double points Thursdays or something, and they send you like free stuff. They got a nice rewards program. I don't eat there a lot, like maybe like once every 3-4 months, but like for sandwiches, I'm like, oh yeah, just get Potbellies.
Yeah, I go through a couple of them, even like Firehouse. I'm like, you know what, we'll go there every now and then too. I used to like Jimmy John's, but just like I'm eating a cold carcass every time. I can't get any hot food there.
Dude, Jimmy John's smells like feet.
Yeah, dude, I got
So
sick
gross.
last time I went there. I mean, I ate a ton during like college and stuff in high school, but now it's just kind of the same with Subway. And then you both realize that those places kind of suck ass.
Subway's terrible. Aren't they sued like every year because another ingredient apparently isn't real?
The funniest part was when they were sued because somebody actually measured their footlongs and it wasn't a footlong.
Yeah. It's like when someone sued Red Bull because they claim
gave
that
them
Red
wings.
Bull does not give them wings.
Yeah, I remember signing up for that. I was like, I didn't get wings, and then they sent me back like a free Red Bull or some shit.
So here's a check for 5 cents.
Yeah,
it was
you
literally
get
like
$1.25.
It was literally like $4 or $5. Like they got a huge lawsuit, but you know, it was split up between everyone that was affected who had to submit.
So fun fact, here's a life hack, if you will. Whenever you get one of those like lawsuits, you know, like little check for a couple cents or whatever, you know, you can start your own lawsuit off of that. You can basically ride the same case. You kind of have to create your own case, and it'll go to arbitration, and that's how you get more money. I don't know the specific process, but a friend of mine, she's like, "Oh, that's what you got to do." She's like, "I've done it a couple times."
But you're basically
Sounds
using
like
it
a
as proof.
job for Chat GPT, bro.
That's true.
Like seriously,
That's
nice.
that really is totally beautiful. It's I was sued recently because I'm gonna tell you guys why I was sued. That I have a property, $50,000 in a townhouse in South Atlanta, and so I fixed it up and I rented it out. So like I'm busy. So I'm so busy, really, that I can't even look after $50,000. So one of the people in the area rented it out themselves, okay? But like not contractually, and I don't ever see any money, but they rented it out. And so then I ended up I was like, fuck this. I'm getting out of this. I'm not going to do this type of crap anymore. And so I sold it. And so she sued. And then in the transactions of me selling it, there's multiple transactions. And I was just like, look, I've stuffed this shit. I'm done with it. And in the process, she's like, that's fraud. You're a fraud. And I was like, you fucking took my house and rented it out at your own profit. I'm the fraudster? What the fuck? I am using that shit. I cannot do. I can only handle so much psychological. And you're just gonna lose.
Wait, so somebody was like subletting
Sounds
your
like
property
you
and
should
then sued you for it?
countersue. Yeah, sounds like you should countersue them for illegal subletting.
Everything has happened to me, folks. Like everything.
We need some street justice. Let's go kick her ass. That's
Just
fucked up.
use-
Sounds
Can't
like
let
a
him do that. We
sounds like a
can't let her
good time
get
to
away
go
with
piss in
that.
the sink, Georgia.
Yeah.
We gotta go avenge Georgia.
I can't even give you the address. Fuck those guys.
Oh shit! No thanks.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You're just asking for more. Yes, double fraud. I don't know how to come up with that shit. I just made it up. So if there's a lawsuit and you can extenuate it out, I think more lawyers, lawyers, bless them. They're intelligent people. They do try to do the right things, and yeah, they are greedy and they should be. Why not? And then, but in that particular case, like the guy should have, he should have said, you should countersue them, basically.
What the fuck is that picture?
The man in the sink. It's Georgia Piss. Georgia Piss Underwood.
That's right, and I'll just stick with my cruises, my Turks and Caicos, Bahamas, boats, folks. And now I own 2 boats, and then oh yeah, the stocks. I do that also.
Oh yes. There's a community of sink pissers I discovered. There are people that, Georgia, maybe you know about this, but apparently there's a good reason to piss in your sink.
It saves time. It's economical. It uses less water.
Yeah.
And when you're in a rush, or if you happen to go against like whatever moves people are talking about, and you don't want to listen to it, there you go. Those are my reasons. What are yours?
I don't piss in the sink. I mean, I'm open-minded. As of today, I do not piss in the sink.
You're a virgin sink pisser. That's what's works on, man.
Correct. I've never.
I'm gonna say I've only ever pissed in the sink at a college bar.
Oh, guys, come on! I was married to like this such uptight girl, had tons of money. You guys got to piss in the sink, man. You got to set your water free.
Set your water free. Piss in your sink today. A Bitcoin. You shit in the shower? Do you go waffle stomping?
Wait, Luce, you know that Bitcoin is it's not like saving little small children's mouths and feeding them. or broad or anything.
That was
I don't
that.
know.
That's what the
Fuck
picture
that
was with
shit.
your PA and Bitcoin.
I don't know. Some people think it is saving people. I don't know. Hey, did anybody see Kura Sushi yesterday? It was up like 27% because they diluted shareholders. That's right. Diluted shareholders, and the stock price was up 27%. So I shorted it, kind of accidentally, but then I decided to hang on to my short.
What is the ticker that you're talking about?
The ticker is KRUS. So I believe the expectation is okay. So for those who don't know, Kura Sushi is kind of like a gimmicky sushi restaurant. We send little plates of sushi on conveyor belts around the restaurant, which you know, the white people really love. But everyone who knows what good sushi is hates the fucking place because the sushi is shit. However, because white people, the restaurant is like, the business is doing really well and it's growing a lot. So the expectation is that money that they got from this secondary offering of shares, it was at like $54 a share. And then the stock price went up above 70. Make a lot of sense. But the money they got, something like 56 million, they're going to put that towards opening new restaurants and they're going to grow. However, the dilution was about 12%. So value of your shares as a Kura Sushi shareholder was reduced about 12%. The stock price went up about 27%. So that means there's this expectation of like 39% increase, add the 12 to the 27, something like 39% increase in the expected value of those shares from dilution, which I thought was a little ridiculous. I don't think that money is going to make them grow like that much more. So I shorted them on accident. Then I held on to my short. What's that?
It's going to zero.
I don't know if it's going to zero. The thing is really volatile. I was actually talking to a friend and I was like, I bet the shares are not available to borrow right now. And I was like, I'm just going to click the short shares button and it's going to tell me not available to borrow. And then it just shorted the shares. I was like, I was quite surprised. So yeah, I accidentally shorted shares, but then I just hung on to them because I was like, why not? It didn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, that's actually not a bad call. I just tried to increase the price by like about 25, 35 cents and try to short it. They're telling me the shares are not available.
Yeah, so unfortunately there are no options. But yeah, the only you can make is shorting the shares directly.
Yeah, I'll keep on trying. I don't know how much. I don't think I'm gonna go in $700. I'm not gonna short 100 of them. Just chart wise and informationally wise, that would play in my favor. I tried to piss in the sink on the cruise ship because I was thinking of you guys that got lonely out there in the middle of the ocean, and well, the sink was just too damn high, so that was a no-go. But I did piss in the sea. I pissed in the sea, and there are pools there as well, so I got my bases covered.
When I was on my cruise, there was a baby that shit in one of the pools on the boat, and they had to close it for a day.
No, that's unfortunate in life. You know, the Earth
party fell. Definitely party fell.
As I understand it, the Earth rotates, and then life goes on. So they're probably okay right about now.
So just to clarify, Kura Sushi, the sushi is fucking awful. White people love food that's awful. So that's why the business is doing really well.
Oh, dude, that made no sense. They didn't put a dime in my pocket at all. It made no sense.
What? I'm talking about Kura Sushi. I don't know what people mentioned other places.
I
I'm
think
not talking-
I think that pattern he was talking about another sushi place called Sugarfish.
Oh,
I don't know if they're traded though.
yeah, I don't know about Sugarfish.
So what do we
It's like the
think? Are we
market-
still expecting a rate hike?
Looks like the markets are. Let's see, yeah, 73% chance of a 25 basis point increase. May.
Kura Sushi USA. I can send short that guy.
Yeah, so fun fact about them. I think there was a mistranslation when they started opening up shop in the US, and a lot of their signs said Kula, like Kula, but it's supposed to be Ura, Kuda. So for a long time everybody thought their name was Kula, but it was because, you know, Asians and R's and L's. It literally cost them money because they made signs across the US that were misspelled.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Why are you guys just sitting in here acting like nothing's going on? World War III is upon us.
Huh?
What? Well, you know, I mean, I'm imagining that you're not serious, and therefore I'm playing it as you're serious. Come on, man. Well, what about World War III? Short it all, buy it all, do it. Get back to us.
World War
No,
III?
the Department of Defense just did more orders last night. Like, I don't see how you guys are like living under a rock with this stuff.
What?
Like, the market's not going down due to little data. It's going down because the war is inevitable.
It's flat. What are you talking about?
That's what you think. Okay, well, tell us about the other voices in your head.
It's okay. I made like 10 grand today because I think so.
It's a nice even number.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
you take 2
I
grand
made
and
100
multiply
grand
it by
last
5.
week, huh?
Yeah, my Bitcoin's printing right now.
Wait, did you short it? Because it's down from we spoke about it earlier.
No, I'm just fucking around.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what World War III man is talking about because the defense stocks are flat.
You'll see.
Oh, okay. We'll see. Heard it here first, folks. WallStreetBets member calls World War III.
Yeah, so
I know someone who knows someone who has a wife in somewhere, and she says it's over.
Yeah, guys, my dad is actually General Mattis. We're going to war.
So, okay, number one, has everyone, like, not to make a joke about it, but really, so, like, what are you investing in? Because war is profitable as fuck, right? I mean, so, you're going to be on the valiant side. You're going to be the champion. Is or no, or maybe not. What?
No, just make fun of all the retards who think buying sushi companies is the way to go in World War III.
Well, some of my family is mentally retarded in actuality, but I wouldn't make fun of them. I make fun. What are you investing in, my friend? What are you
Dude,
investing in?
First off, shorting the sushi restaurant. So, what are you talking about? Did you miss most of this conversation, or?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying sushi as a reference to why I say it's going to zero. So you're technically right. Short sushi. That's why I told you you're right like 5 minutes ago.
Okay, closer to your mic because you're breaking up.
Oh, sorry. I got like shit in my microphone because I work.
Where do you work at?
Doesn't matter. It's market hours.
Well, do you have interesting information that I might be able to profit from?
I like how George is going straight for the insider information.
I mean, he's in the right mindset, man. He's asking for plays. We were talking about plays.
Luce, is that the right
I like this.
strike and stonk that you were talking about earlier?
Oh, MTB. I went for June because they have earnings coming up in April. I want to. I don't want to be raped by Heavy Crush.
You went for June. Let me take a look at those on here.
But yeah, I guess the idea is, I am hoping for a pleasant surprise through earnings, but perhaps it doesn't just go up all at one time. And if the bank can prove that they managed quite well and they bought the dip on treasuries that did the exact opposite of all the other stupid ass regional banks, then there should be some good money flow into that stock over the next month or so. That's the idea. That's speculation. So not a big play, but if I'm right, I don't need to put a lot of money into it. The leverage.
Yeah, did you see the 160s for that same date?
60s.
Look at the volume on that.
Crazy. It's like 10 cents to $1. It's a little crazy.
I know, but look at the open interest on it. And volume.
Yeah. I guess I think I chose the 140s because the spreads were best at the time. But now spreads are kind of sucking across the board.
Yeah, they do suck, but it's all right. I'll be
I'm also
patient.
selling puts because I did read the 10Ks, and I like what management did. That was pretty, say, like genius, because I mean, if you're getting paid tens of millions of dollars to manage a bank, you should know what's going to happen in the economy. You should be reading the news, and have some idea as to what's going to happen to your sector. But yeah, apparently a lot of banks screwed that up. So wouldn't mind owning one of the winner banks out of that whole space.
I agree. Thanks for that. I'll see you.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm heading out. I gotta get some work done today.
All right, then. Toodaloo.
So yeah. Oh, I was gonna tell you. I think overall people are starting to go into on-risk assets a little bit more. Just a little bit. I don't know what's your opinion on that.
I think that happened through the first quarter. I think that's why you saw like massive rallies. I mean, NVIDIA, Coinbase, crypto.
You think it's still going on?
It's tough to say. I think now you have when pivot, right? Which I still think at the earliest it's not going to happen until the end of this year, unless something occurs. Unless a black swan event occurs. Or it's the expectation of a pivot versus impact of a recession, and the IMF said that we're going to have the slowest global growth since 1990. So, I mean, like everything's being revised down. They're saying tech is going to have the biggest cut to earnings this quarter they've had in over a decade. So I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get that sentiment wants to be bullish because
though?
eventually
Why?
we'll get a pivot, but like there's still so many storm clouds out there, you know?
No, I agree. I've started to see venture start to open. I mean, that's what I mostly see now is venture capital, and I've started to see those purse strings loosen up a little bit. They had really clamped down, you know. And now venture's starting to go back out there and say, "Hey, let's invest again," which is tough for venture. I mean, you got to look at the rate of return on bonds and say, okay, do you really want to invest speculatively in a freaking startup that might go tits up in like 18 months versus the bond yield? Right?
Yeah, and Silicon Valley was a big venture capitalist bank.
Well, yeah, but I'm starting to see that spooked everybody a little bit. I'm starting to see venture start to deploy capital again, right? So I'm once again being hit up by recruiters to try to recruit me into their VCs, et cetera, right? So the market's starting to heat back up again, is what I'm saying. For venture funding.
What are you salivating at? Like what? Besides the day-to-day unexpected that you might take advantage of, well, we have like your longer term, like things like, you know, on tape or whatever, right? You just go back in history, I guess. But what are you looking at for make a score?
Oh, near term?
Yeah, I'm talking about like a week. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not playing anything that near term. I guess MCB Mike Charlie Bravo. I have puts on these guys. Metropolitan Bank Holdings. They have heavy exposure to crypto. Other than that, I did play yesterday during day trading. I played the Carvana. Carvana moved up in sympathy, and it was a super easy opportunity to buy puts and ride them back down. Oh, I gotta take this, guys. I'll see you later.
Yep, let's go. Well, for me, I was looking at the morning movers at like early 7 o'clock, then 8, and then 8 o'clock, yes, and then around 8:30, 8:45, and just trying to participate in whatever movement there would be. So I made money going on the upside, and I made money shorting. So they're going both directions. And sometimes the news looks solid, and there's earnings, and it's not a penny stock, and it's not a totally brand new stock. That's played out well for me. That, and I'm thinking about going to Alabama. I'm gonna go to Alabama, and I'm gonna apply this roulette science. Line bets all the way down, $100 chips. Did somebody like take that back 66 off the stage? Because I was letting him come up. I have that power. I don't know. I want some people that know some things, some unusual things, that are relaxed people that I can profit from. Where are those people?
I think we're in the wrong Discord for that.
What, the relaxed or the profits? I'll listen to you guys, and then I will not do what you do, and I consider that a profit.
No, inverse Wall Street bets is never a bad play.
Okay, who's okay,
Hey,
who said
Georgia.
that? Yeah, hey.
Oh, yeah. This is feeling fun. Hey, yeah, no, I don't know shit about shit, but I'm relaxed. I'm relaxed. I'm having a good time listening to you guys. I always love hearing your wisdom, Georgia. And it's always good fun to have some good heated debate. So I like it. Ask me anything. I don't know anything.
Yeah, are you going to be able to beat us then? No? You can be able to beat us? Come on.
I'm sorry?
Are you going to be able to beat us? Yeah, I'm being competitive with a female. That's probably bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
see,
yeah.
I'm so chill that I didn't even get that one.
Yeah, no, it's just being competitive. I'm looking for like my next thing so that I can buy that mutual fund that I'm looking for, CIF. So it's been day after day. I've been able to buy a profit and then slide it over to this mutual fund CIF, which is well, it's just a 10% dividend mutual fund. Don't trade it. I wouldn't trade it. It's just a place to store money, really. But they're down. They're down at the moment. They give out. They're like loan sharks of the corporate world, but not in the illegal way. They're just, they're looking for higher gains. So what have you, feeling fun, what have you been investing in? Do you do options? Do you do dividends? What do you do?
I invest in my man. Yeah, no, I'm not a day trader. I'm just learning from you guys. I'm trying to get my little nest egg up so I can have some fun with that. But you can't gamble with money that you need, right? So doing that.
My suggestion to find listen to a lot of people, find something that is safe, and sometimes when that happens, to me, that whole experience, and then I just knock some whatever something's trading at. I just knock a good amount, a decent amount, off of that, and I put in a buy order. And you would think, that buy order. What I'm doing is I'm asking the market, hey, give me this at a price that nobody has had it for a while, and sometimes they deliver. In which case, the day after, you can sell. Pretty simple.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I also don't have to pay anyone to do my taxes right now, so that's another consideration. But yeah, no, absolutely. I love all the strategy, and I'm taking copious notes over here.
Well, I invest in my woman. So you invest in your man, I invest in my woman. So
I believe in people. I believe in feeding the children. Farmers. I'm not on Only Farmers, but I think I might go on that.
How many kids?
Hey, they take Bitcoin.
I do have some Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is, look, if you do transactions with something that ever increases in price, then it tends to attract attention, and that is Bitcoin. So, yes, it is the currency of the internet, more appropriately than like the United States dollar, because it's a global world and global. Let's have a global people, but there's a lot of hiccups in there, and those hiccups are like are well deserved. You know? So I'm not a Bitcoin investor. I'll buy the stocks. I'm in HUT right now, HUT, rising, and you can read up on that. They own a lot of Bitcoin and they haven't let it go. So, but I'm not asking for like lots of money out of that. The position that I've taken, it still is just like a learning opportunity, and profits I will slide once again into the dividend earners. They will give me the cash that I need to buy options if I want to go that way. Oh, I should probably point out. Let's see about me. I presently I'm short 22 option contracts.
What?
Yep.
22?
Only 22. Yeah, and most all of them usually expire worthless. So covered call rider. So there's, there you go. And
So how much time, Georgia, how much time do you spend watching these tickers a day, would you say?
Well, I'm not like Scald or Hardy and have like multiple monitors. I used to have a desk that had multiple monitors when I was playing gasoline versus oil and shipping, especially during COVID. But no, not a lot because I do covered calls, and I don't really need to know it. Ask something silly from the market. This is like you have Hardy and you have Scald, and then you have like loose ventures. What I would tell people is to do it every day and ask something silly for the market. So if you buy a stock for $2, this is asking something silly. If you buy a stock for $2, you buy 100 shares, so that's $200. There's no commissions, I'm assuming, and so you get your $200 in. Now somebody's willing to pay you $20 to buy it away from you at $2.50, some predetermined amount of time, not an exorbitant amount of time, like a month or 2 weeks or a month and a half. Where can you lose? And the answer is you can't.
Just your time.
So
Just your time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're tying up the money, but really just your time. But see, I have done just exactly that, and then bought the contracts back at half and was ready to go again. So ask something silly from the market, and they might give it to you.
I like it. I like it. I'm putting that in my back pocket. Thanks, George.
I would. Yeah, I would. I definitely would. It's regularly. I think there's some people like as a day trader. Sometimes you can say this is like today, on this day with this day here, I bought at the absolute lowest, and I sold at the absolute highest. Well, that may not. Typically, that's not going to be like on the same day, but it has been, and I've definitely sold at the absolute highest, just because it's that same 100 shares, you're up. Now it's like we'll say that it has gone up to $2.10 because now you're a millionaire. Woohoo! You got that $10 in your pocket and you're feeling good. Then you just put in like sell orders at 215, 220, 230, 240, 10 shares at a time. And you'll see you'll be the one who was able to sell that stock at the highest amount. So there you go. That
So
that
who else wants to come up and join the conversation? Raise your hand. I guess, Georgie, you can let people up. I'm gonna have to wrap up pretty soon.
yeah. So let's see. Opinion is going to be looking over me.
What the hell happened to Carvana this morning?
They had a big fall, yeah.
It's down 6.66% right now.
Nice.
For me and Carvana, I did something with Carvana and it didn't work out for me. And so after that, they are going to be going out of business. I left them alone. I mean, I've found other focuses.
Well, the profits that I don't make in the market, I make from places like Carvana and CarMax and Driveway by flipping cars and then selling them to them.
Carvana's algorithm is so fucking stupid. You can beat them out of money so easily.
Yeah, I just bought a 2017 Expedition with like 38,000 miles on it for just over 18,000, and they're offering me almost 25 for it.
Dude, I need to see what they'll offer me on my 2012 Focus. I fucking hate that thing.
Yeah, get rid of that thing before you have to put another clutch in it.
Well, the good news is the one that's in it is covered under the warranty, so or under the recall notice, so I should be okay there.
Yeah, but you see how I knew about that?
No, dude, it's fucked. The entire thing is fucked. I've had to go in and have them like flash the computer like 4 or 5 times, but you know it's paid off, so I'm gonna keep driving.
That was Ford's genius idea. We'll sell some of them as a manual, some of them as an automatic, but they're all really a manual transmission, and we'll just have the computer shift for you.
Oh, is that one of the ones with the bad double clutch?
No, it's not even a double clutch. It's just a manual transmission that they automated. They just it has a servo that moves the clutch for you and moves the shifter, and it smokes the clutch constantly. And the cars get a new clutch like every 50,000 miles. They had to issue a recall on it. It was just a horrible design.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that was one of the dual clutch transmissions that they had to keep replacing in some of those.
I know at least in mine does have the dual clutch.
You can call it whatever you want to call it, but it's the same fundamental problem is what I'm saying. They had a bunch of issues with them, but yeah.
No, dude, it's a fucking piece of shit. You come off a stoplight and it stutters really hard and shit. It's terrible.
So why is your name Josh Hendo? Where did the Hendo come from?
My last name is Henderson.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, I'm very very low key. Can y'all tell?
He's like, here's my social security number, here's my penis size, here's my, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, just give it all out there, man.
I don't know. I figure anybody who wants to know anything about me already knows it.
Oh, let me update my notes. Hold on.
That's my same opinion. Like, I'm so unimportant and I'm so poor. Like, feel free to fucking steal my identity. All you're gonna get is credit card debt.
And say if you wanna take my debit card, you're good for maybe $20.
You guys out here buying stocks like this, man? Wow. Okay. All right. Well,
Hey, bro, I'm just a little retail employee, and I just put money away when I can.
Yeah, dude, we can't be antiquity dealers and oil tycoons like you, Georgia.
well, I will tell you, antiquities, yes, I will buy them off you. I'll buy them anytime I recognize what they are and other people do not. which is quite frequently, by the way. And you got to be able to market them, so right. So you got to know what they are. You got to know what you're. I mean, it all makes sense once you start doing it. But what else was I say? Oh, it's like, nah, man. It's anybody's game out here, man. Anybody's game. It's you can try to be too smart. I think Hardy tries to be too smart. I think Luce tries to be too smart also a little bit, but they're well based.
When Tesla will replace its CEO, do you think the price will go up or down?
Are you asking
what exactly?
Yeah, which one?
So when they will replace their CEO, do you think the market, the price of Tesla will go down, or do you think the market values this shitbag so much that it values so much that the price will go down?
Are you saying that they're going to replace Elon as their CEO? Is this news that I've missed?
Yeah, this is something that I anticipate that will happen in the future.
Not a fucking chance. That company is worthless without him. If he divorced himself from Tesla, like he came out and said, you know what, I'm done with this company. I'm separating myself from it. I'm not an investor anymore. I'm out. The company would capitulate close to fucking zero. They would be so screwed if they don't have him.
Why do you think he's so valuable to the company?
That's true.
It's just because of who he is. He's a fucking celebrity. It's got nothing to do with that he's actually that good or he's that smart or anything.
That's wrong. That is totally wrong.
Okay, good luck.
That is totally wrong. He competes not against other companies. The way that he thinks he's competing against physics, like what is the maximum use of a particular technology like electricity or other things. He doesn't compete against other companies. In his mindset, he competes against.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like his thought processes. I'm not trying to like get into his head about who he is and how great he is or anything. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that if Tesla lost Elon, their value is going to fucking tank.
That is correct. If he gets hit by a bus or something happens to him, Tesla is going to be history, because it's his mindset and his mental leadership that created that company and that drives that company. Nothing else.
Yeah, it'll.
Like
I mean, they're not going to go out of
business like 100 years ago.
Yeah, like they're not going to go out of business, right? Like the company's not going to just like evaporate, right? But their valuation is going to go down to a normal evaluation. Like their company will just all of a sudden become worth as much as Ford or GM. It's not going to be worth if they lose Elon, they're not going to be worth more than all the car companies put together like they are right now.
That's correct. And my thesis is that he is actually the weakest link in that company, because if something does happens to him, then what you're saying is absolutely true. Like if he gets hit by a bus or his plane crashes when he's going to a meeting or whatever, then I totally think you're right. But he is the key to that company, the single point of failure.
Yeah, I mean they've got all their eggs in one basket with that guy. But to the same effect, it's a situation where your greatest strength is your greatest weakness, right? And vice versa. Like without him, they would not have made the colossal rise that they did. They would have just kind of dwindled along, and it wouldn't have done the same thing that it did. So they've got him the credit for that, but they also have to be very careful what they do with him, because if something happens to him, they're screwed. So to answer your question, it's going to go down a lot. So if you have some sort of like insider knowledge that Elon has like ass cancer please let us know. Not that I wish that on anybody, but please let us know.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I bought into Loose Ventures suggested Stellantis. And when I looked into that company, that's why I invested in Stellantis, because if something, I invest in Tesla and Stellantis, but Stellantis is my backup, because if something happens to Elon, then I think Tesla's going to go down and Stellantis.
No, I invest in Stellantis solely because I work with their vehicles on a daily basis, and I drive one every single day. And I can tell you they are just better vehicles than Chevys, Fords, etc. In some cases, they're better than the Japanese cars now. It's just, but it goes in cycles, right? They're doing really well right now. Previously, they were not so reliable when Daimler owned them. You know, it goes up and down based on what they got going on.
I drive a Ram truck. I love that thing. One of the best vehicles I ever had.
Yeah, I also drive a Ram truck, as does pretty much anybody else that's somewhat intelligent and needs a truck.
What's y'all's thoughts on the Toyota Tacomas? I've been looking at those.
They're good if you want to be a hipster overlanding guy that puts a tent on the back and goes out into the woods and camps and shit. They get pretty shitty gas mileage. They're pretty underpowered. They're very capable off-road. They're fairly reliable. I mean, the Toyota truck has been a staple since like the 80s. And in the other parts of the country, it's the only thing that survives. Like when we first went into Iraq the second time around, the Humvees were breaking down left and right, but the other guys were using Land Cruisers and Toyota Hiluxes. Their shit didn't break. They were just bolting rocket launchers to Toyota trucks and fucking fighting on. So yeah, I mean, Toyota trucks are pretty solid, but what are you really going to use it for? It's too small to be a real truck. It's too weak to really tow anything that heavy. I mean, you can tow maybe 5,000 pounds with it, 6,000. Beyond that, you're really scaled out because they've been running fundamentally the same engine since like 2006 almost. But if you want to take it off road, do some camping, they're good for that.
So yeah, I just think they look cool. I mean, the only thing I'd maybe tow is a small boat, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, then it's right up your alley. It sounds like a great choice.
Yeah, the problem is they just hold their fucking value so well. It's insane.
Yeah, so do a lot of things, right? Like wood chippers. Random piece of knowledge here that none of you need. Wood chippers are the most overpriced piece of equipment versus the cost to build it in existence amongst commercial equipment right now. But they hold their value forever and ever and ever. So is it a good investment? As long as you can make money off of it and it doesn't depreciate too bad, then it's a good investment. So yeah, they're expensive, but you know, you're always going to have your money there. That's why like my wife gives me grief about buying too many cars and stuff. But the difference is all the shit that I spend my money on, I can then sell for equal to or more, or maybe just a little bit less than what I paid for. The money didn't evaporate, it just transferred into an asset. Whereas the stuff a lot of other people spend their money on, like vacations, food, this, that, the other, or maybe a little patio for their house, you know, some home improvements improve the house value, some don't. But like when you blow $10,000 on a vacation, yeah, I mean, you might get some memories and some cool pictures out of it and whatnot. And I guess if you're a social media influencer, I guess that will help you financially. But most of the time, that money evaporates. So in a general speaking term, as long as you keep your money and flow it into different assets that don't depreciate, like a Mercedes or a Tesla. Sorry for the Tesla fans out there, but your cars depreciate like a fucking rock. As long as you don't do that with your money, then you're fine.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be buying another domestic car. I'm just not impressed with my Ford. You know, I drove a Tahoe. I drove a '03 Tahoe to like 450,000 miles though, so who knows?
They have good ones, they have bad ones. It just depends on what you need it for. You know, I've got a 2020 GT350R Cobra.
Heartless though.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a Cobra that thing is a fantastic car. They got it really right on that car. But a lot of the other stuff they made that year, same factories, were fucking junk. It just depends. You got to do your research, man. Just cars are like stocks, man. You got to do your DD for sure.
Yeah, and yeah, I would say like yeah for like heavy hits, but you know I've been scoring $5 here and $5 there since Monday, since I came back from my trip. Just following Ameritrade's screener, what's going up, what's going down, and so I mean it's been like $50 a day. I'm trying to get up to $300 a day, but I cannot do it. I tried applying intelligence and other things, but it's not working. Oh, and I drive a Ford Ranger. I like the beat up ones. Yeah, it's not great. It's not luxurious. I'm not impressing anybody with anything. For me, I'm okay with all that. I'm okay with that. I'm going to put some giant piece of whatever what is. I know what it is, but just put a giant cylinder back there and like scrapped it for like $120. And I thought I was going to get like $15, and then they're like, "Oh, this is aluminum," and I'm like practical like metallurgist. I know my metals. I just never even bothered to think about it. So, whatever. Ford Ranger, whatever. I mean, investing is different than driving. It's just two different things, man. If anybody's out there or was following me on that Potbelly's restaurant, I got out of it with relatively meager gains. So I didn't make a lot, but I was never intending to. And it's up there. It's up there ready to fall. I don't know what's going to happen with that thing. It could fall at any moment, as far as I know. Philadelphia, Boston. That's the ticker. Be careful. I don't know what's going to happen. Hey, Copper Murphy.
Yes.
No, just wondering what you have been eyeing in the markets. Are you in a lot of long
Like
term play?
yeah, like I've talked about before, I'm just amassing leap calls
Yeah,
for
yeah, okay, yeah.
yeah, I'm just amassing leap calls for EVTL, Ion Q, Stellantis, and I've got some ACHR. About 28K, 28K and some leap calls right now. Just sitting back, hanging out, waiting for the election. Going with 2025 leap calls, because at some point here, this is the bottom. I don't know when it is, but it is sometime, unless a nuclear bomb gets launched by somebody in a war or something. This is probably the bottom within the next year or two,
Oh, yeah.
logically.
Yeah, it's definitely the bottom for like Intel. Intel there's got a lot of things that are going to be in play for Intel, and it just continues to like lag. So on Intel, and there's a number of other ones too.
Yeah, I've got a lot going on with my day job, my other job, my businesses. I just don't have time to fuck with this shit. But I like to come by and listen to myself talk and talk to other folks of the similar mindset and make some highly regarded, some really, really stupid plays. That's what I do. I also love to look for opportunities to short the shit out of Tesla. But that is a risky business. So it's few and far between that I do that, but I do quite enjoy it.
Well, it was a risky business. And you think that like buying a share of Tesla like today is the same as if you go backwards in chart time. Is the same as if you were buying it back in time. But the playing field definitely has changed. So the call to short it or make like a leap play on Tesla is not necessarily, that's not profoundly stupid, because things are in fact different today, and that's where the risk is going forward.
Well,
I
my
think it's a good
opinion,
call.
aside from just straight shorting the shares, which is a risky thing with anything that Elon Musk is involved with, because of the rabid base of people that want to blow him on a regular basis. So I will not blindly, openly short the shares, but I would do puts. And the problem with puts is that the IV is so fucking high on Tesla most of the time that if, let's say, nothing happened, let's say that it just traded sideways for years and, it didn't tank, didn't go up, and it just gets to be a boring stock that nobody cares about anymore, because everything is a fad to some degree. Everything goes up and down in popularity. And so inevitably, if it becomes a boring stock, a blue chip stock that nobody cares about, the IV is going to burn your equity. So that's why I don't do anything more than like a weekly. And I only do it when there's some sort of an event that's happening, and I'll just bet against it just out of sheer revenge.
Yeah, so we have a new speaker today, Feeling Fun 3937, and I don't know how many stocks that she's bought, but she's a female in here today. So you guys want to ask her like what she's buying, what her ideas are on I don't know, tickers that you own? Okay, do you want to ask her about Victoria's Secrets then, or something? Is that VC? Yeah, that's doing.
Here's another random question. Why did the call get shut down yesterday at like 9:30? I haven't been on the calls in a while, but I pay attention.
No,
It's a new thing they're doing. They're basically the other morning there was a bunch of bullshit going on in the morning, so they're shutting down morning calls and moving them into the other voice channels.
By a bunch of bullshit, please elaborate.
It was just a bunch of tinfoil hat shit going on. Somebody brought up the climate, and then it just devolved.
Was they did all that? They just post market.
No, it was like 8:39. It was happening.
Yeah, when people are actually supposed to be talking about plays, yeah, I don't come on and talk bullshit until like after 11 o'clock minimum. But so whatever happened with the paper trading thing on the Reddit channel? Did that ever happen?
I know Opinion was talking about it like a week or two ago, but I haven't seen anything about it since. Then again, I'm not really on the Reddit
They
too
definitely
much.
posted. Yeah, they definitely posted a link to it. We definitely went in there and signed up for it, and then it just like I guess never happened. Like I'm trying to figure out what happened with that.
I don't know if Opinion's around. He would be the guy to ask. Dude, Leaping Leopard is all in on these freaking solar factories and solar.
I mean, he's not wrong, I guess. You know, but the
No, I
same
just
could
think,
be
I just think
the same could be said for any technology. If any technology makes like massive advancements beyond where it currently stands, it could change the landscape. You know, like for ice engines, for example, if they figure out how to just burn straight fucking, I don't know, pine trees or water or something efficiently with no emissions, it's going to wipe out batteries. You know, it's like the same thing could be said in any direction.
no, for real.
Like if I figure out how to become attractive to women, that would be a game changer. Now, I haven't figured it out for 36 fucking years, but could happen someday. I don't know.
So I will tell you, I'm not like a huge Elon fan per se. Like, I don't want to blow him or anything, but like for my business, I do want to buy some of the electric trucks for the business. Because right now, like all the equipment that we use, I want to try out the electric Ram too and see which one works better. But like right now for the business, we use a lot of rechargeable batteries and tools and stuff like that when we go on a job site. And we used to have to plug in to get electricity. So sometimes you have to wait until the power company comes and actually installs the electricity on a job site. So what I did about 2 years ago is I put solar panels on my trailers, and I have a big battery unit inside each of the trailers that I use to power all the tools and charge up all the batteries, stuff like that. And then with an electric truck, I won't even have to use solar panels anymore. I charge the truck and I can recharge all my tools and power all my equipment off the trucks, and I can be completely off grid without solar, without nothing, just with an electric truck. And for me and my business, that's huge. So like I am going to get the Cybertruck and the Ram
let me add devil's advocate to that. But the range on an electric truck is complete dog shit. And then if you start bleeding the battery down while you're on the work site, how are you going to get home?
Well, that's why you need better batteries.
No. First of all, for the jobs that we do, like we drive maybe at most 50 miles far away to drive. Like most people that work on job sites, they don't work too far away from home because they're home every night. Like residential construction and stuff like that, we don't drive hundreds of miles a day. We drive maybe, like I said, 50 miles to the job site, 50 miles back home, and leaves plenty of juice left to power all the equipment and power the batteries and everything else, and leaves plenty of power.
Can you have just done all that with a simple generator?
Huh?
Couldn't you just do all that with a simple gas generator?
But you got to get gas. You got to stop and get gas, and it's loud, and it pollutes the environment.
I mean,
that's the whole point.
Most contractors that I've met don't give a shit about polluting the environment.
Well,
but I get your point. But still, like, so you have to pull over and get gas. I mean, you can get gas a lot fucking faster than you can charge up a truck.
Oh no, it charges overnight. It does it automatically. Like, you plug it in and you forget it. You don't have to sit there and wait for it to charge. And like I said, I'm not hauling stuff across the country. Like for our purpose, it's a perfect fit because we don't drive a lot, but we do need electricity. And like
how much weight are you towing?
Well, the one probably around 6,000 pounds.
Have you watched the YouTube video of the Ford Lightning towing?
I'm getting the Tesla Cybertruck or the Ram electric.
Right, but it's a similar principle. I mean, the Ram truck and Cybertruck is not going to be that much better than the Ford Lightning.
Probably it will because the Ford is having trouble with their batteries to begin with. So I don't think Ford has done the
But it's not going to be 100. It's not going to be 100% better, right? It might be 20%, 30%. There's no way those trucks are going to magically be double the fucking range of the Ford Lightning.
I don't know. I mean, unless you have data to support what you're saying, I don't know either. I'm going to try them out. I'm going to try them out and see
all I'm saying,
the use case. I mean,
so all I'm saying is don't get your hopes up because the F-150 Lightning, which was supposed to have like a 350 mile range, right? Which I think the Ram and the Cybertruck claim 500 miles, right?
Yeah.
So 350 to 500 is not double, but it's better, right? But
But it's
truck
not
that
an
was supposed
insignificant difference either. That's like a 50% improvement.
yeah, okay, whatever, but it's not double, right? So the F-150 Lightning that was supposed to have a 350-mile range, towing an aluminum car trailer with one Model T on it, which altogether is like 3,500 pounds, made it 40 miles before it was fucking dead. Electric cars cannot tow anything efficiently without massive batteries. Once you add resistance into the deal, like inefficient aerodynamics and resistance and weight, they bleed the battery, dude. I had a Tesla Model X that if it was cold outside, just if it was cold outside, the range dropped in half from it being cold. If it was raining, the range dropped. Everything killed the range. If it wasn't 72 degrees and sunny with no wind blowing, your range was fucked. I sold that piece of shit a year after I got it. So I'm just saying the realistic, I don't know. I also do contracting, right? I drive a Ram 2500. I know a lot of other contractors. And when I go by the Ford dealer, all the electric Transit Connects, all the electric F-150 Lightning work trucks are still sitting there. Nobody's buying them because if you actually had to make like 2 or 3 stops during the day, like go over here, pick up some supplies, go over there to the job site, go get some lunch, come back, and make a few trips like that, you're out middle of the day. And then if you're using it for your tools, that's just I don't think it's gonna work out for you, man. I hope it does. Like, I'm not trying to crush your
I'll let
dreams,
you
but
know, man.
I don't think it's gonna work out.
I will let you know. That's what they said when I put the solar panels on top of the trailer. He said you'll never be able to get enough energy to last through the day. You'll never be able to get enough electricity to last through the day. On a day like today there's not a cloud in the sky here. On a day like today, it fully charges the battery, and then once my battery is fully charged, it lasts me for a week. And it
Yeah, I
charges
mean,
all my
look
tools,
at the, I
all
mean,
my-
look at the. I don't disagree with you there. I mean, if you look at the lithium batteries on like a saw or a sawzall, a drill, impact gun, my Milwaukee's with like a medium-sized battery, I can go all fucking day on the one damn battery. But don't get me wrong. I mean, the tools don't really use that much electricity. I'm just talking about the actual range of the vehicle. And then if you're bleeding the battery off of it, I just haven't seen anybody in the construction industry switch to an electric vehicle. I just haven't seen it happen. And I'm really curious to see how like the Tesla semis and stuff work, right? Because those trucks have to run constantly. You can't just go drive the thing from here to California and then not turn around and come straight back. I mean, how long does it take to charge and how much energy does it take?
That's not the use case for a Tesla semi. Driving from New York to California is not their use case. You have to look at it on a use case basis. And there are certain use cases where like what Pepsi's doing, where they're doing local or regional deliveries, it's a perfect solution. It's not the perfect
But how do they come
across
back?
country.
Like let's say you regional, right? Like 150 miles, 200 miles, something like that, right? You go there, you drop the stuff off. How do you get back?
For Pepsi, they load the trucks up with their product. They go to the distribution center, to the stores, deliver the product, and then come back empty to get more product. It's not like the trucking where you're always picking up a load. They're full when they leave and they're empty when they come back and then reload.
Yeah, but they're going to be affected by so many environmental factors. Like cold. It's cold outside. They have to factor that now into their shipping. Where a diesel engine doesn't give a flying fuck if it's cold or hot.
The engine may not care, but I thought the diesel fuel, if it's too cold, becomes too thick for the engine to use.
That's only in a very extreme situation. You're talking about like if it's in Antarctica, and if you're in a cold environment, the diesel stations put anti-gelling compound into the diesel fuel. So like the diesel you buy in upstate New York is different than the diesel you buy in Florida for that reason.
See, there seems to be this mindset of like it's got to be one size fits all for everything, right? And diesel's not good for driving around in the cities. Like if you ride a bike, if you ever ridden a bike and ridden behind like a diesel powered vehicle, dude, you're killing yourself as a person.
Well,
Like,
you're talking about an old diesel. Modern diesels with tier 4 emissions, you can damn near breathe the exhaust pipe and survive.
Nah.
Like look in Europe,
Not,
they're all
not.
running diesels.
You can't smell it, but you can kill yourself with it.
Well, you can
It's
kill
odor-
yourself with a fucking bottle of Coca-Cola.
It's odorless and colorless. It's odorless and colorless, but people are killing themselves by driving gas and diesel powered vehicles in cities and sitting in traffic all day. It's like it kills you. Just try riding a bicycle and see what it's like.
We're all killing ourselves by living in America. If you want to go down that road, the fucking food that we eat is garbage.
But there are use cases. There are use cases for these vehicles, and like for me, like I said, I'm gonna investigate how it works for my particular use case. And if it doesn't work, I mean, I still have my Ram 2500 I can drive around, no problem. But if I can somehow streamline like my trailers and my equipment and power all my tools off of the same battery that gets charged overnight, to me that sounds like heaven. Because before, a lot of my competitors, they spend about a half hour, 15 to 20 minutes every day unwinding and rewinding their extension cords to get power to their tools. I don't have to do that anymore. I'm more efficient than they are by about a half hour a day, right? And for my use case, like electric trucks seem like they could be a huge opportunity for me. Now, I'm not planning on driving across country, but for my use case, it seems like a perfect fit.
I mean, Lee, if you go to one job site and you don't make a bunch of stops and go back and forth too much, like I'm thinking about it from like a lawn care guy, lawn care, package delivery. They can only make maybe half a day's worth of stops before they're out on the current technology.
Not true. Not true. The electric vans that Amazon is getting, they last all day.
You're crazy.
They'll
Show me a
all
guy.
day
show
in
me
an urban environment, yeah, but not like, let's call it suburban or slightly rural.
Yeah, you're
Those
crazy.
will require
Dude. They like the
All
FedEx.
day stop and go from like
Yeah.
one building to the next in a place like New York or Chicago. Totally agree. Electric vans work.
Yeah, I saw an electric delivery van in New Jersey where that might make sense. But out in the country, like Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, whatever, they would be out of range in half a day minimum. There's just no way. Otherwise, you see other people using them, but I don't see a single fucking person using them. But up in New Jersey, I did see an Amazon Prime van that was electric.
Again, you're conflating different use cases. The use case for electric are like suburban, highly populated areas where you can use them. In my area here, Amazon uses electric vans. Like I live in Augusta, Georgia, and they use electric vans and they go all day. You know, and then they go back and they get
In a close knit area, sure, but if they have to go long distances, it's not possible. I'm not under the current technology.
And for the construction that we do, like we go to a job site and we frame a house and stick up a house and like we don't go from job site to job site. We're usually on the same job site for like, I don't know, anywhere from 3 to 5 days. So like we go to the same place for 3 to 5 days in a row, and you're for us, like I said, our use case, I'm looking forward to trying out the Cybertruck and the Ram electric truck and see how it works, because for me it would save me a lot of time during the day setting up and tearing down.
Yeah, very well good.
Charging my stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if the truck is just sitting there, sure.
And then if I leave the solar panels on the trailers, then I can just charge the truck from the solar panels while we're on the job site.
I mean, I don't know if solar panels create that kind of juice. I mean, why if they did, why don't they put solar panels on electric cars to begin with?
Well, I have an 18-foot trailer, or 16-foot trailer, so it has a large roof area. So I have 6 panels. I have 6 200-watt panels on top of the roof of the trailer, and that's more than enough for the battery I have in the trailer now.
I will be please report back when you do that. I will be very interested to see what kind of range you get towing a 20-foot enclosed trailer.
16-foot.
Well, whatever. A big enclosed trailer that weighs 6,000 pounds. I mean, all the tow tests that I've seen on like the H1 Hummer electric, the F-150 electric, any sort of electric vehicle that somebody has made a video about, the towing ranges are bad.
Yeah. Like I said, the range doesn't so much concern me because we don't drive that far. So it's more about powering the job site than traveling far. And for our use, like I said, it seems to be perfect. But I'll let you know. I'll keep you guys posted.
Yeah.
I'm sure Amazon has some sort of algorithm that can determine which heavy load should go to UPS and which lighter load should go to the electric fleet. Because the vast majority of Amazon purchases that I'm seeing in the mailroom nowadays appear to have packaging that's heavier than the package. Out of curiosity, if you electrify a truck, trucks are limited to what is it, 80,000 pounds? So how much of that truck would be left for cargo after electrifying it? And still maintain what's a truck driver's shift? 10 hours? 8 hours? So assume 8 hours continuous driving.
What's the question?
I'm going over the a link here by Leopard. Looks like in order for trucks to be viable over the road on electric or non-petrol means, how do you maximize or the cargo space, or what would it take to maximize the cargo space? Employ the driver for the 8-hour shift that they're legally limited to working, and then presumably have them charge when they're on their break or on the federally mandated rest stop or whatever it's called.
Do you
It's 15 hours, Jaguar? I thought it was for every 14 hours on duty, you need to be 8 hours off duty. But you can't do more than 8 hours continuous during the 14-hour window.
I think they already do this though by like optimizing routes and making sure that the driver's has the appropriate load, all that kind of
I
stuff.
think it's 14 hours in a 24-hour window.
Okay. So that implies then that the truck ideally needs to be able to travel at speed for 10 hours. Or rather, what would it take to make a non-diesel truck viable for a 10-hour drive at highway speeds, let's say? I acknowledge the current technology TAPI is only good for, I guess you'd call that short haul or maybe medium haul. Like, the only way I could conceivably see that being possible is using something similar to what do you call it? Land trains. So the idea is that you have a lead truck and then followed by 4 or 5 drones on long stretches of highway. The drones follow the lead truck and maintain an appropriate distance or something along those lines. Like, that's the only way I think that would be reasonably economically viable. I guess another way to put it, how many gallons of diesel does a fully loaded semi consume in 10 hours? Does anyone know offhand?
What's the maximum weight on that?
I think it's 80,000 pounds for like the rig plus the trailer and the load. Let's call it highway, because I imagine that's the majority of the time. 400 liters, 600 kilometers, and is that, I guess that's in 10 hours, Jaguar? I'm just trying to figure out how many watts.
It does about 6 to 7 miles per gallon. Is that what you're asking? How many miles per gallon it does?
Okay, 6 to 7 miles, so Jaguar is saying 400 liters, 600 kilometers, so that's like, what is that? 100 gallons to drive 370 miles? And I assume that's 1 10-hour shift, just to make things simple. So 100 gallons of diesel energy content. 100 gallons.
They'll get you like 650 miles on a highway, and it can vary depending on if it's a full load or, you know, various factors.
Yeah. But part of the trouble is, how do I convert this all into joules?
So 100 gallons of fuel is like 300,000 joules.
That can't be, because
Yeah,
a gallon of
says.
diesel. Are you sure it's joules and not megajoules or kilojoules? Because
this is
1
the
joule,
number.
Bumbala. One. Okay, there you go. So 3.7 megajoules looks like, because 1 joule. But this is heating energy, like the energy required to raise 1 cubic centimeter of water 1 degree Celsius. I agree, Leopard, that most of the energy content of fuel is wasted. I'm trying to get the energy content so I can then figure out how much energy is used to go over 375 miles, and then from that back it out into batteries. Net of the losses. I'm sure someone's done the math, I just don't know whom.
Standard battery packs, assuming it's fully charged. That's 100. That would be the equivalent of 100 gallons of fuel. So you would need to charge 37 times. Going, you know, to do that, or have 37 batteries, which would be heavy as fuck.